I've spent 15 years wearing a badge in the high country, and if there's one thing the wilderness teaches you, it's that nature follows a set of immutable laws. Gravity pulls down, predators hunt at dawn and dusk, footprints tell a story of where a person has been, never where they are going. Or at least, that's what I believed until a Tuesday in late October, 3 days into a solo patrol in the Sawtooth Range. My name is Elias, and at 42, I'd like to think I've outgrown the kind of campfire ghost stories that keep the seasonal interns awake in their tents. I'm a lead wilderness ranger. My job is isolation. I manage trail maintenance, monitor wildlife migration, and more often than I'd like, pack out the trash of people who think the great outdoors is their personal dumpster. It's a quiet life, a lonely one, but I've always found a certain dignity in the silence. That year, the first frost had hit early, turning the subalpine meadows into a brittle, golden landscape that crunched like broken glass under my boots. I was working the North Rim Circuit, a grueling 30-mile loop that stays well above 9,000 feet. It's a place where the air is thin enough to make your pulse hammer in your ears, and the nearest paved road is a 2-day hike through dense lodgepole pine and jagged granite. I was 3 days out from the trailhead, camping near a spot called Devil's Basin. The weather was turning. The sky had that heavy, bruised purple look that screams of an incoming blizzard. My plan was simple: hike the remaining 6 miles to the lookout point at Echo Cliff, check the emergency cache there, and then drop down into the valley before the snow buried the trail. I started my morning with the usual routine: boiling water for oatmeal, checking my radio for a signal I knew wouldn't be there, and lacing up my boots. I'm particular about my gear. I wear a pair of custom-made Danner mountain lights with a unique lug pattern, a modification I made myself by grinding down a specific portion of the heel to help with a chronic gait issue in my right foot. It leaves a distinct mark, a small, diamond-shaped gap in the center of the heel strike. It's a footprint no one else in the world makes. I broke camp by 7:00 a.m. The wind was picking up, whistling through the rock ribs of the basin with a sound like a distant woman screaming. You get used to that. You learn to rationalize the noises of the wind and the shifts of the earth. But as I crested the first ridge leading toward the cliff, I saw something that made my rational mind snag like a piece of wool on a briar. There, in a patch of soft, damp silt where a snowmelt stream had dried up, was a footprint. I stopped dead. Finding tracks isn't unusual, but finding fresh ones in a restricted zone during the off-season is. I knelt down, my heart beginning a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. It wasn't just a boot print. It was a right foot strike, and in the center of the heel, there was a small, perfectly defined diamond-shaped gap. I looked down at my own right boot, then back at the print. They were identical, not just similar, identical. The wear on the outer edge, the depth of the lug, the specific scarring on the toe. Someone else got the same boots, I muttered to myself. The sound of my own voice felt thin and fragile against the vastness of the mountains. But as I followed the tracks with my eyes, my breath hitched. The prints were heading in the same direction I was, toward Echo Cliff. They were fresh. The edges of the dirt hadn't even begun to crumble. But here was the problem. The trail behind me, the one I had just spent 3 days climbing, was empty. I hadn't passed a soul. There were no incoming tracks. These footprints simply started in the middle of the basin, as if someone had dropped out of the sky and begun walking exactly where I was headed. I stood up, my hand instinctively drifting to the bare spray on my hip. The wind shifted, blowing a cold gust against the back of my neck, and for the first time in a decade, I felt the primal, undeniable urge to turn around and run. I tried to talk myself down. I'm a man of science, of maps, of tangible things. I told myself it was a coincidence. Maybe another ranger had been out here. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me because of the altitude. I took a deep breath, adjusted my pack, and kept walking. But every 50 yards, I'd find another one. Right, left, right. The gait was exactly mine. The stride length matched my own 6'1" frame perfectly. It was like following a ghost of myself through the dirt. About a mile from the cliff, the tracks did something that shattered my ability to stay calm. They stopped at a fallen log. On the top of that log, in the light dusting of frost, was a smudge, the exact shape of my gloved palm where I always rest my hand to vault over. I looked down at my glove. A small tear in the stitching of the thumb was mirrored perfectly in the frost print on the wood. My stomach dropped. I wasn't just following a stranger. I was following my own path from the future. The tracks led straight to the edge of Echo Cliff, a sheer 800-foot drop into a rocky gorge. As I approached the final rise, the tracks became more erratic. The stride lengthened. Whoever or whatever was making them had started to run. I reached the summit of the cliff at 11:30 a.m. The wind was howling now, whipping my hair across my eyes. I followed the tracks to the very edge of the precipice. The boots had dug deep into the loose scree at the rim. There was a scuff mark, a desperate slide, and then nothing. The tracks ended at the abyss. I crept toward the edge, my stomach churning, and looked down. The gorge was filled with swirling gray mist. I couldn't see the bottom, but sitting there, perched on a small outcrop just 3 feet below the rim, well within reach, was my own GPS unit, the one currently clipped to my shoulder strap. I reached for my shoulder. My hand met empty air. The clip was there, but the device was gone. I looked back down at the unit on the ledge. It was battered, the screen cracked in a spiderweb pattern. I hadn't dropped it. I hadn't been to this cliff in 6 months. Then I heard it. Coming from the mist below, muffled by the wind but unmistakable. It was a whistle. A specific 3-note tune my father used to whistle to call me home for dinner. I froze. My blood felt like it had turned to slush. I wasn't alone. I was being hunted by something that knew my past, wore my shoes, and was currently waiting for me to fulfill the ending those footprints had already written. I backed away from the edge, my boots crunching in the exact spots the other footprints had been. I realized then, with a jolt of pure terror, I wasn't following the tracks. I was making them, and if the tracks ended at the cliff, then that's where I was supposed to die. I didn't wait to see if the thing in the mist could climb. I turned and bolted. I didn't follow the trail back. I knew those tracks were already there, waiting for me to step into them like a trap. I dove into the thickest part of the lodgepole forest, ignoring the branches that whipped my face and tore at my clothes. I ran until my lungs burned, until the sun began to dip behind the peaks, casting long, distorted shadows that looked like reaching fingers. I didn't sleep that night. I huddled in the hollow of a lightning-struck cedar, my knife in one hand and my bear spray in the other. Every time the wind groaned, I heard that 3-note whistle. Every time a branch snapped, I expected to see myself stepping out of the darkness, wearing my own face and a predatory grin. When I finally made it back to the ranger station 2 days later, I was a wreck. My supervisor, a grizzled veteran named Miller, took one look at me and poured a cup of black coffee. "You look like you saw the headless horseman, Elias," he said, trying to joke. "I found tracks, Miller," I whispered, my voice cracking. "On the north rim, my tracks, but I hadn't made them yet." The joke died on Miller's lips. He didn't call me crazy. He didn't laugh. He just stared at his coffee for a long time, the steam rising between us. The Echo Cliff Cache, he said quietly. We lost a guy out there in '94, a good ranger. He came back talking about the same thing, said he saw himself standing on the other side of a canyon. We found his boots a week later, sitting neatly at the edge of the cliff, empty. He looked up at me, his eyes hard and full of a pity that terrified me more than the tracks. Elias, don't go back there. Some places in these mountains, they don't just hold on to the past, they get hungry for the things that haven't happened yet. I resigned a month later. I moved to the desert, where the ground is hard and the sun leaves no room for shadows to hide. But sometimes, when the wind kicks up and the house is quiet, I find myself looking at the floor by the front door. Because last week I woke up to find a single muddy footprint in my hallway, a right foot strike, with a small diamond-shaped gap in the center of the heel. And it was pointing toward my bedroom. The mud was still wet. That was the detail that broke the fragile dam of my sanity. The fact that the earth was dark, glistening, and smelled of subalpine peat and rotting pine needles. I live in the high desert of Arizona now, a place of caliche and red dust, 300 miles from the nearest lodgepole pine. There was no biological or geological reason for that specific scent to be in my hallway, yet it filled my lungs, thick and cloying, a physical manifestation of a memory I had tried to bury under a year of sobriety and sun-bleached silence. I didn't move for a long time. I stood in the doorway of my bedroom, the morning light slicing through the blinds in harsh horizontal bars, staring at that single mark on the linoleum. My heart wasn't hammering anymore. It had gone into a cold, rhythmic thud like a funeral drum. I knew that print. I knew the slight inward cant of the toe, the way the pressure was heavier on the ball of the foot because of the way I used to carry my pack. It wasn't just a copy of my boot, it was a copy of my movement. I looked at my own feet. I was barefoot. My skin was pale against the floor. I looked toward the front door. It was locked, the deadbolt still thrown, the security chain undisturbed. The windows were shut tight against the desert heat. There was no way in, and yet there it was, a piece of the Sawtooth Range, a piece of that Tuesday in October, sitting in the middle of my new life. I reached out and touched the wall to steady myself. My hands shook. I forced myself to walk past the print, stepping wide as if it were a landmine, and went to the kitchen. I grabbed a steak knife from the butcher block, a pathetic weapon against a ghost, but my hands needed something to hold. I checked the rest of the house. The bathroom was empty, the shower curtain pulled back. The guest room was a tomb of unpacked boxes. When I returned to the hallway, the footprint was gone. Not smeared, not faded, gone. The linoleum was bone dry, the surface dusty and undisturbed. I dropped to my knees, frantically rubbing my palm over the spot where the mud had been. I smelled my hand. Nothing, just the faint scent of lemon-scented floor cleaner and my own sweat. "You're losing it, Elias," I whispered, the words echoing in the empty hall. Altitude sickness, residual trauma, just like the doctors said. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilance that bordered on catatonia. I didn't go to work at the local hardware store. I didn't answer the phone when Miller called from Idaho. He still checked in once a month, a habit of guilt he couldn't seem to shake. I sat in a lawn chair in the center of my living room, facing the hallway, the steak knife resting on my knee. I told myself the logic of the desert would save me. In the Sawtooths, the terrain is a labyrinth of shadows and hidden pockets where time feels like it pools in the canyons. But here, everything was exposed. The sun was a witness that didn't blink. You couldn't have ghosts in a place this bright. But as the sun began to set, casting that long, orange glow across the scrubland outside, The shadows in the hallway began to stretch. They grew thin and needle-like, resembling the silhouettes of the lodgepole pines I had fled. I watched them, my eyes burning from refusing to blink. Then the sound started. It wasn't a whistle this time. It was a rhythmic, metallic clicking. Click-clack, click-clack. It was the sound of a metal lace hook tapping against a stone. It was the sound I used to make when I walked with my laces loose on the flat sections of the North Rim Trail. It was coming from inside the walls, or maybe from inside my own skull. I stood up, the knife white-knuckled in my grip. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice sounded hollow, like I was shouting into a well. The clicking stopped. "I know what you are," I lied, my voice trembling. "I saw the report. Miller told me about 94. You're just a localized phenomenon. You're a glitch. You stay in the mountains." A soft thud came from the hallway, then another, the sound of heavy, lugged soles hitting the floor. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt. I didn't care about the knife or my shoes or the fact that I was in my undershirt. I just needed the open air. I burst out onto the porch, the desert heat hitting me like a physical weight. I ran for my truck, my bare feet stinging on the gravel. I jumped into the cab, locked the doors, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a beautiful mechanical snarl that promised reality. I threw the truck into reverse, ready to peel out of the driveway and never look back when I glanced in the rearview mirror. In the bed of my truck, sitting perfectly still against the back glass, was a pair of Danner mountain lights. They were caked in gray mud. They were tied in the specific double knot I used to prevent slipping, and even through the glass I could see the heel of the right boot, the diamond-shaped gap, clean and sharp, staring back at me like an unblinking eye. I didn't scream, I couldn't. My throat had tightened into a knot of pure, paralyzed horror. I stared at the boots in the mirror, waiting for them to move, waiting for a pair of legs to materialize above them. But they just sat there, inanimate and terrifying. I realized then that Miller was wrong. It wasn't that the mountains were hungry for things that hadn't happened yet. It was that the mountains had already claimed me. That moment at the edge of Echo Cliff, the slide, the scuff, the ending, wasn't a possibility I had escaped. It was a debt I had deferred. I looked at the dashboard clock, 11:30 p.m. The same time I had reached the summit of the cliff. I put the truck in drive, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. A strange, heavy lethargy was settling over my limbs, the same feeling you get when you've been hiking for 20 miles and your body decides it belongs to the earth. My hands relaxed on the steering wheel. The panic didn't vanish, but it transformed into a dull, aching sense of inevitability. I turned off the engine. The silence of the desert rushed in, but it wasn't the silence of Arizona. It was the thin, whistling silence of 9,000 feet. I could feel the temperature in the cab dropping, the air growing sharp and metallic. When I exhaled, my breath bloomed in a white cloud of frost. I looked out the windshield. The cacti were gone. The red dust was gone. I was parked on the edge of the North Rim. The truck was humming, though the engine was off, vibrating with the frequency of the wind hitting the granite ribs of the basin. Ahead of me, the gray mist of the gorge swirled, rising up like a shroud to meet the hood of my Ford F-150. I reached for the door handle. I didn't want to, but my arm moved with a terrifying, autonomous precision. It was the exact movement I had made 1,000 times to exit my vehicle at a trailhead. I stepped out. My feet didn't hit gravel. They hit the brittle, golden grass of the subalpine meadow. It crunched like broken glass. I wasn't barefoot anymore. I was wearing the boots. I could feel the familiar weight of them, the way the leather hugged my ankles, the way the modified heel strike felt slightly uneven against the slope of the ridge. I turned around to look at my truck, but there was nothing there. Just a line of my own footprints leading back into the dark woods, prints that I was currently making, but that I had already seen days ago. The logic of the loop finally clicked into place, a cold and perfect geometry. I wasn't being hunted. I was being completed. The me that had fled to the desert was just a temporary deviation, a ghost of a life that was never meant to be lived past that Tuesday in October. I walked toward the edge of the cliff. The three-note whistle drifted up from the mist, clearer now. It wasn't a predator's call. It was a beckoning. My father's voice, or at least the memory of it, calling me home for dinner, calling me back to the place where the maps end and the stories begin. I reached the very edge, the spot where the scree was loose. I saw the scuff mark I had seen before, my own desperate slide. I looked down at the ledge 3 feet below. My GPS unit was there. The screen was cracked in a spiderweb pattern. I reached down to pick it up. My foot slipped. As I felt the gravity take hold, as the world tilted and the gray mist rushed up to swallow me, I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, sickening sense of relief. The tracks finally matched. The story was finally true. But as I tumbled into the white void, my fingers brushing the cold plastic of the GPS, I saw something that the footprints hadn't told me. At the bottom of the gorge, standing on the rocks through a sudden break in the mist, was a man. He was wearing a lead wilderness ranger uniform. He was 42 years old. He was looking up at me, his face a mask of cold, clinical observation. He wasn't waiting to catch me. He was waiting to step into my skin. He held a radio to his lips. I couldn't hear him over the roar of the wind, but I saw his mouth move. "Base, this is Elias," he said to a signal that shouldn't have been there. "I've completed the circuit. Everything is exactly where it's supposed to be." I hit the mist, and the world went black. I woke up on the floor of my hallway in Arizona. The sun was high. The steak knife was still in my hand. My heart was a frantic bird against my ribs. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, checking my body for broken bones, for the chill of the mountain, for the weight of the boots. I was barefoot. The hallway was empty. No mud, no scent of pine. "A dream," I choked out, a sob of laughter breaking in my chest. Just a goddamn dream. I walked to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. I needed to see myself. I needed to see that I was still Elias, the man who lived in the desert, not the man who fell from the cliff. I leaned over the sink, eyes closed, letting the tap run hot. I scrubbed my skin until it burned. Then I looked up into the mirror. The man staring back at me was me, but he was wearing a light wilderness ranger uniform. His face was weathered by a wind I hadn't felt in a year. And on his shoulder strap, the GPS unit was missing. He didn't move when I moved. He just stood there behind the glass, watching me with a pitying, hollow gaze. He raised his right hand, my hand, and pressed it against the surface of the mirror. A small tear in the stitching of the glove's thumb was visible against the glass. He leaned in close, his breath fogging the mirror from the other side. "You're late, Elias," he whispered. The sound didn't come from the mirror. It came from the bedroom behind me. I turned around, but the hallway was no longer there. The walls of my house had dissolved into the jagged granite ribs of the north rim. The ceiling was a bruised purple sky heavy with snow. I was standing on the edge of Echo Cliff. I looked down at my hands. They were gloved. I looked down at my feet. I was wearing the Danners. I looked back at the mirror, but it was gone. In its place was a sheer drop into a misty gorge. And then I heard it, from somewhere far away in a place of red dust and caliche. A telephone began to ring. It was Miller, calling from the world of the living, calling a house that was now empty, in a life that had never truly moved on. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I took a step forward, my right heel striking the dirt. Right, left, right. I began to run toward the edge because that's what the tracks did. And in the wilderness, as I had told myself 15 years ago, you follow the story the footprints tell. You don't get to write the ending. You just get to find it. The sensation of falling didn't end with a crash. It stretched into a sickening, elastic suspension, where the roar of the mountain wind bled into the hum of a central air conditioning unit. I was back on the linoleum, the steak knife clattering away from my numb fingers. The transition was so violent it felt like my soul had been shoved through a keyhole. I lay there, gasping, my lungs tasting of both ozone and dry desert dust. The house was silent, but it was a predatory silence. I didn't look at the mirror. I didn't look at the hallway. I crawled toward the front door, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. My hands found the deadbolt, and I threw it back with a force that nearly snapped my thumb. I didn't grab my keys. I didn't grab a shirt. I stumbled out onto the porch into the blinding noonday sun of Arizona. The heat was supposed to be a sanctuary, a physical proof of my current reality, but it felt thin, like a veil stretched over a cold, jagged frame. I stood on the scorched wood of the deck, my bare feet burning, and looked out at the cul-de-sac. It was a normal Tuesday. A neighbor's sprinkler was pulsing, throwing diamonds of water onto a patch of yellowed grass. A mail truck was idling 3 houses down. I waited for the world to shimmer and dissolve again. I waited for the cacti to turn into lodgepole pines, but the desert held. I retreated inside, my chest heaving, and slammed the door. I needed to call Miller, not because he could save me, but because he was the only anchor left to a version of the past that didn't involve a predestined death. I fumbled for my phone on the kitchen counter. My hands were shaking so hard I nearly dropped it. I scrolled through my contacts, my vision blurring. When I found his name, I hit dial and pressed the phone to my ear. Ring, ring, rings. Come on, Miller, pick up the damn phone. The line clicked open. There was a heavy, rhythmic breathing on the other end. Not the sound of someone answering a phone, but the sound of someone who had been running uphill. Miller, I whispered. Elias, the voice said. It wasn't Miller. It was me. My own voice, but deeper, resonant with the authority of a man who had spent a decade commanding a rescue team. You're making a mess of the timeline, Elias. You're supposed to be at the cache. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor and the screen shattered in a spiderweb pattern, the exact same pattern as the GPS unit on the cliff. I backed away from the device as if it were a venomous snake. The house began to change, but not all at once. It was a slow, agonizing bleed. The scent of pine needles didn't just fill the air. It began to sprout from the cracks in the baseboards. The red dust of Arizona, visible through the windows, began to gray and clump into subalpine peat. I watched as the sunlight on the floor shifted from the harsh gold of the desert to the weak, filtered light of a forest canopy. I ran for the bathroom, intending to lock myself in, but when I swung the door open, there was no toilet, no sink. There was only the interior of a ranger's cabin, the one at the North Rim trailhead. The air inside was freezing. A pot of coffee sat on a wood-burning stove, the steam rising in a steady, mocking coil. On the rough-hewn table sat a logbook. It was open to the current date. I approached it, my heart hammering a rhythm that felt like it was trying to break my ribs. The handwriting was mine. The ink was fresh. 800 departed for Echo Cliff to check sensor array. Weather clear, visibility 10 miles. Noted unusual tracks near the trailhead. Pattern suggests a heavy pack and a slight inward cant of the right toe. I looked down at my hands. I was wearing the gloves again. The tear in the thumb was there, a small, dark mouth. No, I whimpered. I moved. I left. I resigned. You can't resign from a circle, Elias, a voice said from the corner of the cabin. Miller was sitting there, but he wasn't the grizzled veteran I remembered. He was younger, his face free of the lines of guilt, wearing the uniform of '94. He was cleaning a pair of binoculars, his movements slow and methodical. He didn't look at me. He looked through me, as if I were a ghost he had grown tired of seeing. The guy we lost in '94, Miller said, his voice echoing as if from the bottom of a well. He didn't die, Elias. He just got replaced. The mountain doesn't kill you. It just waits for you to become the version of yourself that belongs to it. You thought you ran to Arizona. You didn't. You just spent a year dreaming about a desert while your body was still walking toward the rim. That's impossible, I screamed, grabbing the edge of the table. The wood felt solid, terrifyingly real. I have a life there. I have a job. I have a house. Miller finally looked up. His eyes were flat, like two pieces of polished flint. Do you? Go ahead. Try to remember the name of the street you live on. Try to remember the face of the man who sold you that truck. I opened my mouth to shout the address, but my mind was a white void. I tried to picture the hardware store, but all I saw were rows of lodgepole pines. I tried to remember the heat of the sun, but my skin only registered the biting chill of the high country. The memory of Arizona began to flake away like dry skin. The house, the desert, the year of sobriety, it was all dissolving, revealing the underlying structure of the mountain. I wasn't a man who had fled. I was a man who had never left the trail. The other footprints I had seen on the cliff weren't ghosts. They were mine from a few minutes ago, and the footprints I was making now were the ones I would find in a few minutes. The cabin door creaked open. A gust of snow swirled in, coating the floorboards in white. It's time, Elias, Miller said, standing up. He handed me a pack. It felt heavy, filled with the weight of 1,000 identical Tuesdays. The tracks are waiting. If you don't go out there and make them, the world stops turning. And trust me, you don't want to be awake when the world stops. I took the pack. My muscles moved with a terrifying, practiced ease. I felt the straps dig into my shoulders in the exact spots where the bruises always formed. I felt the weight shift, pulling me toward the right, necessitating that slight inward cant of my toe to maintain balance. I walked out of the cabins. The Arizona house was gone. The desert was gone. There was only the North Rim, stretching out into the gray mist like the spine of a sleeping god. I began to hike. The trail was familiar in a way that bypassed my conscious mind. Every rock, every root, every bend in the path was a word in a sentence I had already memorized. I wasn't choosing my steps, I was falling into them. I reached the forest of lodgepole pines, the place where I had hidden in the lightning-struck cedar. I saw the tree ahead. I saw a figure huddled in its hollow, clutching a knife and a can of bear spray. The figure looked up. It was me, the me from 2 days ago, terrified and wild-eyed, looking for a monster in the dark. I didn't stop, I didn't call out. I couldn't. I was the monster now. I was the thing that snapped the branches. I was the thing that whistled the three-note tune. I pursed my lips and let out the whistle. It felt mechanical, a sound produced by a machine rather than a man. I watched the version of myself in the tree flinch, his face turning pale in the moonlight. I felt a surge of pity, but it was distant, as if I were watching a movie I had already seen a dozen times. Run, Elias, I thought, though my lips didn't move. Run as fast as you can. It won't matter, but it'll make the story better. I continued past him, my boots leaving the deep, lugged impressions in the soft earth. I knew that in 2 days he would find these tracks. He would see the diamond-shaped gap in the heel. He would feel the terror I was feeling now, and he would flee to a desert that didn't exist. I reached the Echo Cliff. The mist was thick, a wall of damp wool that swallowed the world. I walked to the edge, to the spot where the scree was loose. I looked down. There on the ledge was the GPS unit. I knew what came next. I knew the slip, the fall, the moment of transition. But as I stood there, looking at the cracked screen, I realized there was one detail I hadn't accounted for. I wasn't the only one on the rims. Behind me, standing at the edge of the tree line, was another figure. He was older than me, his hair white, his skin like parchment. He was wearing a ranger uniform from the 1970s. He held a radio to his lips, but his eyes were fixed on the horizon, watching for a sun that would never rise. "Is it done?" the old man whispered, his voice carried on the wind. I looked at him, and for a second the loop faltered. I saw the line of men stretching back through time, a funeral procession of rangers, each one stepping into the footprints of the man before him, each one maintaining the mountain's hunger so the rest of the world could keep spinning in the sun. "It's done," I said, my voice joining the whistle of the wind. I turned back to the cliff. I didn't wait for my foot to slip. I didn't wait for the inevitability of the fall. I stepped out into the air. The sensation of weightlessness was the only freedom I had left. For a heartbeat between the rim and the rocks, I wasn't a ranger, I wasn't a ghost, and I wasn't a man in a desert. I was just a falling object, a piece of the mountain returning to itself. I saw the ledge rushing up. I saw the cracked screen of the GPS. And then I saw the man at the bottom of the gorge. He was wearing a hardware store uniform from Arizona. He had a name tag that said Elias. He was holding a steak knife, and he was looking up at me with a scream frozen in his throat. He wasn't my replacement. He was my escape. As I hit the mist, I didn't reach for the GPS. I reached for him. I reached for the man who still believed in the desert, who still believed that time was a line instead of a circle. Our hands met in the white void. The impact wasn't bone-breaking, it was soul-shattering. The mountain roared, a sound of tectonic fury as the two versions of Elias collided. The smell of pine and the smell of caliche fought for dominance in my lungs. The cold of the sawtooths and the heat of the Mojave crashed together like two opposing weather fronts. Then there was only the sound of a telephone ringing. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a lawn chair in the middle of a living room. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows across the floor. My hand was cramping, gripped tightly around the handle of a steak knife. I looked at the hallway. There was a line of muddy footprints leading from the front door to where I sat, but they weren't pointing toward the bedroom anymore. They were pointing toward the door, and they were lighting away. I stood up, my legs trembling, and followed them. I walked out onto the porch, expecting to see the gray mist of the North Rim. But there was only the desert, the red dust, the cacti, the endless, indifferent sky. I looked down at my feet. I was barefoot, but my skin was caked in gray, alpine mud. I looked at the driveway. My truck was there, but the bed was empty. No boots, no gear. I walked to the edge of the road and looked toward the north. Somewhere, 300 miles away, a mountain was still waiting. A ranger was still walking. A circle was still turning. But as I stood there in the fading light, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The debt wasn't paid, but it was no longer mine to carry. I turned back toward the house, but stopped. There in the middle of the road was a single three-note whistle. It didn't come from the wind. It didn't come from a ghost. It came from the mailman who was walking back to his truck, whistling a tune as he finished his route. He waved at me, a casual, neighborly gesture. "A hot one today, Elias," he called out. I stared at him. I looked at his shoes. They were standard-issue postal boots, but as he stepped into his truck, I saw the heel. A small, diamond-shaped gap in the center. I didn't scream. I just went back inside and locked the door. Would you like the summary of the next segment of the story? I sat in the dark for a long time, the steak knife resting heavy across my knees. The mailman's whistle still vibrated in the stagnant air of the living room, a frequency that seemed to hum in my very marrow. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to see the furniture, the walls, or the television. I was afraid that if I looked too closely at any one object, I would see the grain of the wood begin to twist into the bark of a lodgepole pine, or the fabric of the sofa dissolve into mountain granite. The silence of the Arizona suburbs was no longer a comfort. It was a thin membrane, and I could feel the cold, pressurized vacuum of the North Rim pushing against the other side. My phone, lying shattered on the linoleum, vibrated. The haptic motor made a dry, skittering sound against the floor. I didn't want to pick it up. I knew the screen was a map of cracks that mirrored the topography of Echo Cliff, but the vibration was persistent, a rhythmic, mechanical heartbeat. I leaned forward and scooped it up. The glass bit into my palm, drawing a thin line of blood. The caller ID was a string of zeros. I slid my thumb across the jagged surface to answer. I didn't say hello. I just waited. "The inventory is off, Elias," a voice whispered. It was Miller, but his voice sounded like it was being filtered through a mile of wet earth. "We're missing a soul. You can't leave the station unattended." "I'm in Arizona, Miller," I said, my voice cracking. "I'm 300 miles away. I have a lease. I have a life." "You have a memory of a lease," the voice corrected. "Check the drawer, Elias, the one in the kitchen, under the menus." I stood up, my legs moving like I was wading through deep snow. I walked to the kitchen, the shattered phone still pressed to my ear. I pulled open the junk drawer. Beneath a stack of takeout menus for a pizza place I didn't recognize was a heavy brass key. It was attached to a wooden fob with the numbers 4 burned into the grain. "The key to the North Rim Ranger Station." "I didn't bring that here," I whispered. "You never left," Miller said. The line went dead. I dropped the phone and stared at the key. It felt unnaturally cold, sucking the heat out of the room. I reached out to touch it, and as my finger made contact, the kitchen window didn't show the streetlights of my neighborhood. It showed a wall of white, a blizzard so thick it looked like the world had been erased with a chalkboard eraser. I backed away, tripping over the kitchen chair. I scrambled toward the front door, desperate for the heat of the desert, for the smell of creosote and asphalt. I flung the door open. The porch was gone. In its place was a wooden deck slick with ice. Beyond the railing, the land dropped away into a black abyss. The wind hit me like a physical blow, a freezing gale that smelled of ancient ice and wet fur. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was trapped in a house that was no longer a house, a structure caught in a state of quantum superposition between two worlds. I looked down at my hands. The blood from the phone cut had turned black and sluggish in the cold. I looked at the floorboards. The muddy footprints were back, but they were no longer leading away. They were circling the chair where I had been sitting, a perfect, closed loop of gray mud. I realized then that the mountain wasn't just a place. It was a predator. It didn't just want my body, it wanted my history. It was eating my time in Arizona, devouring the months I had spent trying to forget, turning my recovery into a fever dream. I walked to the hallway mirror, the one where the ranger version of myself had stood. The glass was dark, reflecting nothing but the dim outline of the room. I raised the steak knife. "Show yourself," I screamed. "Show me the end." The glass didn't shatter. Instead, it softened. It became a liquid surface, undulating like the surface of a black lake. A shape began to form behind the veil, a face. It wasn't mine. It was the face of the man from the 1970s, the one I had seen on the rim. His eyes were wide with a frantic, desperate intelligence. He pressed his face against the inside of the glass, his features distorting. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me toward the kitchen. "The logbook," he mouthed. His voice didn't make a sound, but I felt the words in the back of my throat. "Change the entry." I turned around. The kitchen table was no longer there. In its place was the heavy oak desk from the ranger station. The logbook was open. The ink was still wet. 800 departed for Echo Cliffs. I grabbed a pen from the desk. My hand felt heavy, as if the air itself had turned to lead. I tried to cross out the words, but the ink wouldn't take. It beaded on the surface of the paper like oil on water. I looked back at the mirror. The man was gone. In his place was the mailman. He wasn't whistling now. He was screaming, his face pressed against the glass, his postal uniform slowly turning into the green and gray of a national park ranger. I understood then. The mailman wasn't a separate person. He was the next version. He was the one who would find my house in Arizona and think he was moving in. He would find my clothes in the closet and think they were his. He would find the steak knife on the floor and wonder why he felt so afraid. The loop wasn't just me. It was a chain, a relay race of ghosts. I looked at the logbook again. If I couldn't change the past, I had to write the future. I gripped the pen so hard the plastic began to groan. I forced the tip onto the page, fighting the resistance of the mountain, the weight of the gravity that wanted me to fall. 1400 found the source of the tracks I wrote. The letters were jagged, ugly. It isn't a man, it's a hole in the world shaped like a ranger. The house groaned, the walls began to tilt. The sound of 1,000 trees snapping echoed through the vents. 1415, I am not going to the cliff. I am going to the basement. There was no basement in my Arizona house, but as I wrote the words, a door appeared in the hallway beneath the mirror. It was a heavy steel door, rusted at the hinges, the kind used for fallout shelters or old park service bunkers. I dropped the pen and ran for the door. I could hear the mountains screaming now, a sound of grinding stone and howling wind. The house was falling apart, the drywall peeling away to reveal the raw, red rock of the canyon. I grabbed the handle of the steel door. It was searingly cold, but I didn't let go. I pulled it open and threw myself inside. I fell into a darkness that smelled of damp earth and old paper. The door slammed shut above me, cutting off the roar of the storm. I was in a small, concrete room. It was lit by a single, flickering bulb hanging from a frayed wire. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, thousands of them, stretching back into the gloom. I stood up, my knees shaking. I walked to the nearest cabinet and pulled it open. It was filled with folders, each one labeled with a name and a date. Miller, 1994. Lelia's 2023. Henderson, 1972. I pulled out the folder labeled Elia's 2023. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a map of the North Rim, but the trails weren't marked with names. They were marked with dates. The trail to Echo Cliff was marked today. The trail to the cabin was marked yesterday. And there was a new trail, one I had never seen before, leading straight down into the heart of the canyon. It was marked tomorrow. I looked at the map and then I looked at the wall of the bunker. There was a second door, painted a dull, industrial green. I walked toward it but stopped when I heard a sound from the filing cabinets, a scratching sound. I turned around. One of the drawers was opening, slowly, inching out into the room. It was the drawer labeled Elia's 2024. I backed away, my heart hammering. The drawer slid all the way out and hit the floor with a heavy thud. A man crawled out of it. He was wearing the Danner boots. He was wearing the Lade Wilderness Ranger uniform, but his skin was translucent like parchment, and his eyes were nothing but white, milky orbs. He stood up, his joints popping with the sound of dry twigs. He looked at me, and though he had no pupils, I felt the weight of his gaze. "You're late," he whispered. "I'm not going back," I said, holding the steak knife out in front of me. "I'm going to tomorrow." The ghost laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Tomorrow is just the name of the ledge you haven't fallen from yet. There is no desert. There is no Arizona. There is only the mountain and the men who serve it. He stepped toward me, his movements fluid and predatory. I realized he wasn't trying to kill me. He was trying to merge with me. He was the version of me that had already accepted the loop, the one that wanted to stop the struggle and just become part of the stone. I turned and lunged for the green door. I didn't wait to see if it was locked. I threw my entire weight against it. The door flew open, and I tumbled out into the blinding white of the blizzard. I wasn't in a bunker anymore. I was back on the trail, but the world was different. The trees were giant, towering structures of ice that reached toward a sky the color of a fresh bruise. The air was so cold it felt like breathing glass. I looked back. The bunker was gone. There was only a hole in the side of a snowbank. I looked down at my feet. The mud was gone. I was wearing the Danners, and they were brand new. No scuffs, no wear on the soles. The diamond-shaped gap in the heel was sharp and clean. I looked ahead. The trail marked tomorrow was a narrow ribbon of black rock cutting through the white waste. It didn't lead to the cliff. It led down into the deepest part of the gorge, where the mist was so thick it looked like a solid wall. I started to walk. I had no choice. The wind was at my back, pushing me forward. a relentless force that wouldn't let me turn around. As I walked, I saw things in the ice, frozen figures trapped in the walls of the canyon, rangers from every decade, their faces caught in expressions of eternal watchfulness. I saw Miller, his hand frozen on a radio. I saw the old man from the 70s, his eyes fixed on a point I couldn't see. And then I saw her. She was standing in the middle of the trail, a woman in a heavy parka, her back to me. She was looking down into the gorge. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the wind. She didn't turn around. "I'm the one who didn't make it to the cliff," she said. Her voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. It sounded like a memory of a song I had heard in a dream. "I'm looking for a way out," I said, stepping closer. "There is no out," she said. "There is only deeper. The mountain doesn't have an edge, Elias. It's a sphere. You think you're walking down, but you're just walking toward the center." She turned around. Her face was a blur of shifting features. One moment she was a young woman, the next an old crone, the next a child. "The footprints you followed," she said, pointing to the trail behind me. "They weren't yours." I looked back. The tracks I had just made were there, crisp and clear in the snow. "Then whose are they?" "They belong to the mountain," she said. "It uses our feet to walk. It uses our eyes to see. It's lonely, Elias. It's been here since the world was nothing but fire and rock, and it doesn't want to be alone anymore." She reached out a hand. Her fingers were long and tapering, like the roots of a tree. "Come with me," she said. "Stop trying to be a man. Be a ridge. Be a gorge. Be the wind." I looked at her hand, and for a moment the temptation was overwhelming. To stop the running, to stop the fear, to simply dissolve into the landscape and never have to worry about a telephone ringing again. But then I felt a sharp pain in my palm. The cut from the shattered phone. The blood was still there, a tiny, bright red spark in the white world. It was a reminder of the desert, a reminder of the heat, a reminder of the mess I had made of my life, a mess that was mine. "No," I said, backing away. "I'm not a ridge. I'm a man who lives in Arizona. I have a truck. I have a job at a hardware store, and I'm going home." The woman's face hardened. The shifting features stopped, settling into a mask of cold, inhuman fury. "Then you will fall forever," she screamed. The ground beneath my feet vanished. The blizzard, the ice trees, the woman, it all dissolved into a vertical drop. I was falling again, but this time there was no mist. There was only a tunnel of red rock, the walls blurring past me at a terminal velocity. I saw the history of the canyon as I fell. I saw the oceans that had once covered the land. I saw the dinosaurs whose bones were buried in the strata. I saw the first men who had climbed these cliffs and the last men who would ever see them. And then I saw the house. It was a tiny speck at the bottom of the tunnel, a white box sitting in a sea of red dust. I steered my body toward it, tucking my arms and legs, aiming for the roof. I was a human bullet, a projectile of memory and blood. The roof rushed up to meet me. I closed my eyes and braced for the impact. Crash! I was on the floor of my living room. The ceiling was intact. The sun was shining through the windows. The steak knife was stuck in the drywall, inches above the sofa. I lay there for a long time, listening to the silence. It wasn't predatory anymore. It was just silence. I stood up, my body aching as if I had actually fallen 1,000 feet. I walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The ranger was gone, the old man was gone. There was only me, Elias. My face was pale, and there were dark circles under my eyes, but I was there. I looked at my shoulder. The GPS unit wasn't there. I looked at my hands. They were bare. The cut in my palm was healing, a thin scab forming over the red line. I walked to the kitchen and looked at the junk drawer. I pulled it open. The menus were there, but the brass key was gone. In its place was a small, smooth stone, a piece of river-polished granite from the north rim. I picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been sitting in the sun. The phone rang. I didn't flinch. I walked to the counter and picked it up. The screen was perfect. No cracks, no spider webs. "Hello," I said. "Elias, it's Miller." His voice was clear, no static, no echoes of the earth. "Hey, Miller," I said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "Look, man, I'm sorry about calling you so much yesterday. I know you're trying to move on. I had a weird dream last night about the North Rim. I thought I saw you out there near Echo Cliff." As I looked at the granite stone in my hand, I was there, Miller, but I'm back now. "Good," Miller said, his voice sounding relieved. "Stay in the sun, kid. The mountains are for younger men or dead ones." "I know," I said. "I'm staying right here." We talked for a few more minutes, normal talk, about the weather and the price of gas. When I hung up, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in years. I went to the front door and opened it. The desert air was hot and dry, smelling of dust and sagebrush. I stepped out onto the porch and looked at the street. The mailman was there, 2 houses down. He was whistling. I watched him as he approached my house. He walked with a steady, rhythmic gait. He reached my mailbox, tucked a few envelopes inside, and then looked up at me. "Morning, Elias," he called out. "Morning," I said. He started to walk away, but then he stopped. He looked down at the sidewalk, a puzzled expression on his face. "That's strange," he said, pointing to the concrete. I walked down the steps to the sidewalk. "What is it?" There in the middle of the pristine, dry concrete was a single wet footprint. It was gray, caked in alpine mud. The heel had a small, diamond-shaped gap in the center. And as we watched, another one appeared, and another. The prints weren't leading to my house. They were leading away, heading north, toward the horizon where the mountains lay hidden in the haze. The mailman looked at me, his eyes wide. "Did you see that?" I looked at the tracks, and then I looked at the mailman. I saw the way his uniform fit, the way he held his bag, the way he stood with his right toe canted slightly inward. "It's just the heat," I said, my voice steady. "The mind plays tricks in the desert." He nodded, though he looked unconvinced. "Yeah, I guess so. See you tomorrow, Elias." "See you tomorrow," I said. I watched him walk away. I watched him step into the muddy prints, his own boots fitting perfectly into the gray shapes. He didn't notice. He just kept walking, whistling that 3-note tune. I went back inside and closed the door. I didn't lock it. I walked to the kitchen, picked up the granite stone, and threw it into the trash. Then I sat down and waited for the sun to go down. I knew the mountain would come back. I knew the loop wasn't broken, only stretched. But for today, I was in Arizona. For today, I was a man who worked at a hardware store. And tomorrow. Tomorrow was just the name of the ledge I hadn't fallen from yet. The sun didn't just set in Arizona, it bled out, staining the sky in shades of bruised violet and oxidized copper. I sat on my porch, watching the light retreat from the desert floor, leaving behind a world of silhouettes. The mailman's footprints had dried into crusty, gray scabs on the sidewalk, but they hadn't vanished. They looked like fossilized mistakes. I tried to tell myself that the conversation with Miller had been real. I tried to anchor myself to the mundane weight of the hardware store, the inventory of galvanized nails and the smell of sawdust. But as the temperature dropped, the air began to lose its desert dryness. A thin, misplaced humidity began to curl around the cacti in my yard, a damp, subterranean breath that smelled of melting permafrost. I went inside and turned on every light in the house. The electricity felt thin, the bulbs humming with a frequency that set my teeth on edge. I didn't go near the kitchen. I didn't want to see if the oak desk had replaced the table again. I stayed in the living room, staring at the television, watching a weather report for a city I didn't live in. A cold front is moving in from the north, the meteorologist said. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at something just off-screen, his eyes wide and fixed. Expect record lows. Expect the ground to shift. If you see the tracks, do not follow them home. I blinked and the man was gone. It was a commercial for a local car dealership, but the screaming of the wind was still bleeding through the speakers. I stood up and walked to the window. The streetlights were flickering. In the pools of yellow light, I saw them. They weren't just on the sidewalk anymore. The footprints were climbing the walls of the houses across the street. They were walking across the rooftops, leaving gray, muddy smears on the shingles. They were converging. The mountain wasn't content with the relay race anymore. It was collapsing the distance. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure in my chest, as if a heavy stone had been placed on my heart. I reached for my phone, wanting to call Miller back, wanting to hear a human voice that didn't sound like grinding tectonic plates. But when I picked it up, the screen was black, not powered off, black like a hole. I dropped the phone. It didn't hit the floor. It kept falling, vanishing into a seam that had opened in the hardwood. Elias. The voice didn't come from the room. It came from inside my own ears, a resonance that vibrated through my jawbone. I turned toward the hallway mirror. The glass was no longer liquid. It was a window now, clear and terrifying. On the other side wasn't my hallway. It was the interior of a lookout tower, the high, glass-walled room where I had spent those lonely months in 2023. I could see the lightning rods, the old topographical maps pinned to the walls, and the Osborne fire finder sitting in the center of the room like a brass altar. And I saw myself. The ranger Elias was sitting in the chair, his back to me. He was hunched over, his shoulders shaking. He was weeping, but the sound coming out of him wasn't a sob. It was the whistling tune the mailman had been humming. 3 notes over and over, a funeral dirge for a man who hadn't died yet. I walked toward the mirror, my hand trembling. "Stop it," I whispered. "I'm here. I'm in the desert. I'm out." The ranger Elias stopped whistling. He didn't turn around, but his head tilted back, snapping with a sickening crunch until he was looking at the ceiling. "The desert is a layer of dust on a tombstone, Elias," he said. His voice was a composite of everyone I'd ever met: Miller, the mailman, the woman on the trail, the old man from the 70s. You didn't fall into the house. You dreamt the house while you were falling. The walls of my living room began to peel, not like wallpaper, but like skin. Behind the drywall was the red rock of the canyon, wet and glistening. The ceiling began to drip, but it wasn't water. It was the gray mud, thick and smelling of ancient minerals. I backed away, but the floor was turning into a scree slope. My feet slipped on loose shale. I grabbed the arm of the sofa, but it dissolved into a pile of dry pine needles. I am real, I screamed, the words tearing at my throat. I have a life, I have a name. Names are just labels for the things the mountain eats, the ranger said. He stood up and finally turned around. He didn't have a face. Where his features should have been, there was only a topographical map of the North Rim, the contour lines shifting and writhing like worms under his skin. Echo Cliff was his brow, the inner canyon was his mouth, and in the center of his chest, where his heart should have been, was a small, glowing light, the GPS unit. He stepped through the mirror. The glass didn't break, it simply ceased to be a barrier. He stepped into my living room, bringing the cold with him. The temperature plummeted so fast the windows shattered outward, the glass shards flying into the desert night like diamonds. I fell back against the red rock wall that used to be my front door. The ranger loomed over me, his map face undulating. You tried to write the future, he said, his voice a landslide, but you used the mountain's ink. You wrote yourself into the basement, Elias. Did you think the basement had an exit? I looked down at my hands. They were turning gray. The skin was hardening, becoming granulated and cold. The cut on my palm wasn't a scab anymore. It was a narrow, deep crevice, a miniature canyon carved into my flesh. I'm not you, I gasped, the air freezing in my lungs. Not yet, he said. He reached out and touched my forehead. His fingers felt like icicles. But the mountain is a sphere. Every step you take away from it is a step toward the center. You walked across the world to escape, and you walked right back into the station. The world tilted. The living room vanished, replaced by the dizzying height of the rim. I was standing on the edge of Echo Cliff, the wind howling around me, the abyss yawning at my feet. The Arizona house was gone. The desert was a hallucination of the dying. I looked down at my feet. I was wearing the Danners. They were caked in mud. I looked at my hand. I was holding a logbook. The ink was wet, but it wasn't blue or black. It was red. It was my own blood. 1430. I have reached the end of the trail I had written. There is no more tomorrow. There is only the repetition of the fall. I looked at the ranger standing beside me. He wasn't a monster anymore. He was just a man, tired and translucent, his eyes filled with a terrible, eternal recognition. It's time to change the shift, he said. He handed me the radio. It was heavy, made of cold iron and bones. What happens if I don't take it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper against the gale. You already took it, he said, in 1974, in 1994, in 2023. You take it every time you think you found a way out. I looked out over the canyon. The mist was clearing, revealing the truth of the landscape. It wasn't just a canyon. It was a giant stone clock, the ridges and valleys acting as gears, the shadows of the peaks marking the passage of centuries. And we were the hands. We were the small, insignificant ticks of the second hand, moving in a circle that never ended. I took the radio. The moment my fingers closed around it, the ranger beside me vanished. He didn't walk away. He simply became the wind. I felt his memories rush into me, the heat of the Arizona sun, the smell of the hardware store, the sound of a telephone ringing in a house that didn't exist. They were beautiful, those memories. They were the most exquisite lies I had ever told myself. As I looked at the logbook, I had to make the entry. I had to keep the chain going. I picked up the pen, but I didn't write about the hole or the basement. I didn't write about the end. I wrote 800. A new ranger arrived today. He looks like he's trying to forget something. I told him the mail comes on Tuesdays. He seemed to believe me. I closed the book and tucked it into the desk. Then I walked to the window of the lookout tower and looked down at the trail. Far below, a tiny figure was climbing. He was wearing a green and gray uniform. He was moving slowly, his head down, his boots heavy with the mud of 1,000 yesterdays. I leaned into the microphone of the radio. Bass to echo cliff, I said. My voice was a dry, rattling sound, the sound of a stone falling into a deep well. Do you copy? There was a burst of static, and then a voice came through, my own voice, young and full of a desperate, foolish hope. I copy, bass. This is Elia's. I'm at the trailhead. Everything looks clear. I smiled, a movement that cracked the stone of my cheeks. Roger that, Elias, I said. Welcome to the mountain. Watch your step. The tracks can be tricky this time of year. I watched him reach the first switchback. I watched him stop and look at the ground, his body tensing as he saw the first footprint, the one I had just stepped out of. I sat back in the chair and began to whistle, 3 notes, over and over. Outside, the sun began to rise, but it wasn't the sun of Arizona. It was a cold, white eye peering through the clouds, watching the loop begin again. I picked up the binoculars and adjusted the focus. I had work to do. I had to watch the horizon. I had to make sure the time stayed in its tracks. The mountain groaned beneath me, a sound of profound satisfaction. It had been fed. It was no longer lonely. In a house in Arizona, a telephone began to ring in an empty room. The mailman paused on the sidewalk, looking at a muddy print that was slowly fading into the heat. He shook his head, a memory of a name flickering in his mind like a dying candle. Elias. It sounded like a word for gone. He kept walking. He had letters to deliver, even to the houses that weren't there anymore. I watched him go through the binoculars, a tiny speck on the edge of a world that was already erasing itself. I turned the page of the logbook and waited for the next version of myself to reach the rim. See you tomorrow, I whispered to the glass. And in the silence of the canyon, 1,000 voices whispered back. See you tomorrow. The mountain did not just hold the silence, it manufactured it, pressing it into the gaps between my ribs until my breath came out in jagged, rhythmic puffs of frost. I sat in the high chair of the lookout tower, the brass of the fire finder cold against my palms. Below, the version of me that still believed in the solidity of drywall and the linear progression of clocks was laboring up the switchbacks. He looked small, a green blemish on the ancient, unyielding red of the stone. I watched him through the binoculars, my vision blurring at the edges with a static that looked like swarming gnats. Every time he stumbled, I felt a phantom, sympathetic jerk in my own knees. Every time he wiped sweat from his brow, my own skin felt a phantom heat that had no business existing in this high, frigid perch. Keep coming, kid, I whispered. My voice was a dry rasp, the sound of sandpaper on shale. The stairs are shorter if you don't look up. I knew what he was thinking. He was thinking about the hardware store. He was thinking about the smell of cedar mulch and the way the fluorescent lights hummed in aisle 4. He was clinging to those thoughts like a drowning man clings to a smooth glass bottle, something clear and contained, but ultimately hollow. He didn't know yet that the hardware store was just a scale model built in a corner of his mind to keep the vastness from crushing him. I reached out and touched the glass of the observation window. A thin layer of ice had formed on the inside, patterned like fern fronds. I traced the line of the horizon, where the sky met the rim in a jagged, violet seam. There was a glitch in the light there, a shimmering distortion like heat haze, but cold. It was the place where the Arizona desert tried to bleed back into the reality of the canyon. The radio on the desk crackled. It wasn't the voice from the base this time. It was a rhythmic tapping, a code I didn't recognize but understood in the marrow of my bones. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat of the strata. I picked up the logbook. The pages were no longer paper. They felt like cured hide, heavy and smelling of old earth. I turned back to the beginning, looking for the first entry, the very first Elias who had signed his name to this contract of stone. The handwriting changed every few pages. Some were elegant scripts from the turn of the century. Some were the blocky, utilitarian prints of the 50s. Some were the frantic, ink-splattered scrawls of men who had clearly been screaming while they wrote. But the name was always the same. Elias, or Eli, or Lias, a phonetic echo that refused to die. I looked back down the trail. The younger Elias had stopped. He was standing near the Tomorrow Ledge, the place where the path thinned to a precarious ribbon of crumbling limestone. He was looking at the ground. I knew what he saw. He saw the boot print, my print still wet, still gray with that impossible alpine mud. He was leaning over, his hand reaching out to touch the edge of the heel, the diamond-shaped gap that matched his own boots perfectly. "Don't," I said, though the glass muffled my warning. "If you touch it, the weight transfers. If you touch it, you'll feel the mountain move inside you." He didn't listen. He couldn't. He was a part of the mechanism now, a cog turning toward the inevitable click of the gear. He knelt in the dust, his fingers brushing the rim of the muddy track. I felt a sudden, agonizing jolt in my right hand. I looked down. My skin was turning the color of wet cement. The crevice in my palm widened, a tiny grain of red sand falling out of it and onto the floor of the tower. I wasn't just turning into the ranger, I was turning into the mountain itself. My legs felt heavy, rooted to the floorboards. The wood of the chair was beginning to fuse with the fabric of my trousers. I turned away from the window, desperate to find something that wasn't part of the loop. I looked at the oak desk. The drawers were vibrating. I pulled the top one open. The brass key was back. It sat nestled in a bed of dry pine needles, glowing with a dull, rhythmic light. Beside it lay the steak knife from the Arizona house, its blade rusted and pitted as if it had spent decades submerged in a salt lake. I picked up the knife. The weight of it was familiar, a grounding anchor of domestic violence in this sea of cosmic indifference. I remembered the wall in the living room. I remembered the way the blade had thudded into the drywall, inches above the sofa. Was that today, I wondered, or was that 50 years ago? The time in the tower didn't flow like a river. It swirled like an eddy in a stagnant pool. I could see the mailman whistling on the sidewalk, and I could see the dinosaurs dying in the mud, and I could see the first spark of the sun, all superimposed over each other in a frantic, shimmering collage. The radio hissed again. "Elias, are you there? We've got a report of a fire near Echo Cliff. Can you confirm?" It was Miller's voice, not the Miller from the phone call, but a younger Miller, his voice full of the static of 1994. "There's no fire, Miller," I said into the handset. "It's just the light reflecting off the past. It's just the friction of the years rubbing together." "Copy that," Miller replied, his voice sounding distant and hollow. "Stay sharp. The wind is picking up. They say it's going to be a long winter." "It's always a long winter," I said. I looked back at the trail. The younger Elias was standing up now. He looked different. His posture had stiffened. His eyes, even from this distance, looked flatter, less human. He had touched the print. He had accepted the inheritance of the mud. He started walking again, but his gait was different now. He wasn't hiking. He was patrolling. He was measuring the distance between the rocks with a surveyor's precision. He was becoming the sentinel. I felt a wave of nausea hit me. My stomach felt full of lead and silt. I stumbled toward the door of the lookout, wanting to run down the stairs, wanting to meet him halfway and scream at him to turn back, to run into the desert until his lungs burst, to find a place where the dirt didn't remember his name. But the door wouldn't open. The handle was cold, colder than the air, colder than the ice on the windows. When I looked through the glass pane of the door, I didn't see the stairs. I saw the basement. The stairs led down into a dark, concrete square. I could see the water heater, its pilot light flickering like a dying star. I could see the boxes of old clothes, the moth-eaten memories of a life I had supposedly lived. And standing in the center of the basement, looking up at me, was the old man. He wasn't wearing the ranger uniform anymore. He was wearing a bathrobe, the same one I had seen in the mirror in Arizona. He looked like me, but aged by 1,000 seasons of frost and thaw. His skin was translucent, revealing the network of veins that looked like the map of the North Rim. "You're late," the old man said. His voice didn't come through the door. It rose up through the floorboards, vibrating in the soles of my feet. I tried to leave, I said, leaning my forehead against the cold wood. I made it to the house. I talked to Miller. I saw the mailman. The old man laughed, a sound like grinding gravel. "The house is just the lobby, Elias. The mailman is just the gardener. Did you think a man like you could just walk away from the foundation?" He stepped closer to the stairs. In his hand, he held a small, smooth stone, the granite piece I had thrown into the trash in Arizona. He held it up, and it caught the light from the lookout tower, glowing with an internal, subterranean fire. "The mountain doesn't just want your body," the old man said. "It wants your yesterday. It wants the version of you that still hopes, because that's the only fuel that keeps the clock ticking." I looked down at my hands. The gray was spreading. It had reached my elbows. My fingernails were thick and yellow, like talons. I felt the urge to whistle, the three-note tune bubbling up in my throat like bile. "What happens when I reach the bottom?" I asked. "You don't reach the bottom," the old man said. "You become the bottom. You become the rock that the next Elias steps on. You become the silence that he hears when he stops to catch his breath." I looked back through the observation window. The younger Elias was almost at the tower. He was less than 50 yards away. He was looking up at the glass, his face a mask of exhaustion and dawning horror. He could see me. He could see the gray man in the tower, the monster he was destined to become. I saw him reach into his pocket. I saw him pull out the GPS unit. "Throw it away," I screamed, pounding on the glass. "Throw it into the canyon. Don't let it guide you." He couldn't hear me. He looked at the screen of the unit, and I saw the red dot. It wasn't moving. It was centered exactly on the lookout tower. It was home. The younger Elias reached the base of the tower. I heard his boots on the first wooden step. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed in the basement below. The old man began to climb from his side. I was caught between them, the man I was and the man I would be, two halves of a broken hour closing in on the present. I grabbed the steak knife from the desk. My fingers felt stiff, the joints clicking like dry twigs. I didn't want to be the rock. I didn't want to be the silence. I turned back to the door, the one that led to the basement. I didn't wait for the old man to reach the top. I threw myself against the wood, the knife held out in front of me. "I am Elias," I roared, the sound echoing out over the north rim, shaking the very foundations of the canyon. The door gave way. But I didn't fall into the basement. I didn't fall into the arms of the old man. I fell into the red. The transition was instantaneous. One moment I was in the cold, glass-walled tower. The next I was back in the red rock tunnel, falling at terminal velocity. The air was screaming past me, tearing at my clothes, ripping the gray skin from my arms in long, papery strips. I looked up. The lookout tower was a tiny speck of light far above, a star in a sky of solid stone. I looked down. There was no house this time, no white box in a sea of dust. There was only a giant brass fire finder, miles wide, sitting at the bottom of the abyss. The needle was spinning wildly, pointing in every direction at once. And standing on the needle, looking up with a billion eyes, was the mountain. It wasn't a mountain of rock, it was a mountain of men. Thousands of Eliases, stacked one on top of the other, their arms linked, their bodies fused into a great shivering spire of green and gray. They were all whistling, they were all waiting. I tucked my arms and legs, not to aim for a roof, but to sharpen my fall. I wasn't a bullet anymore. I was a chisel. As if I couldn't leave the loop, I would break the clock. I plummeted toward the center of the fire finder, the rusted steak knife clutched in my hand. The wind tried to peel my fingers back, but I held on with the strength of a man who had already lost everything. The needle rushed up to meet me. I saw the brass engravings, the degrees and minutes of a world that had been measured to death. I saw the center point, the tiny silver pin that held the whole mechanism together. I screamed one last time, a sound that wasn't a name or a plea, but a pure, vibrating note of defiance. Greg. The impact didn't feel like pain. It felt like a sudden, violent expansion. The world shattered. The red rock, the lookout tower, the basement, the Arizona house. It all flew apart in a billion shards of memory and dust. I was floating. There was no gravity, no wind, no sound. I opened my eyes. I was standing in the middle of a hardware store. The lights were humming. The smell of sawdust was thick and sweet. I looked down at my hands. They were normal. No gray skin, no crevices, just the hands of a man who worked for a living. I was holding a box of galvanized nails. Elias. I turned around. Miller was standing there wearing an orange apron. He looked older, his hair a shock of white, but his eyes were kind. You okay, kid? You've been staring at those nails for 10 minutes. I looked at him, my heart hammering against my ribs. Miller, is it Tuesday? Miller laughed. It's Saturday, Elias. The big sale, remember. You said you'd handle the plumbing aisle. I looked around the store. It felt solid. The floors were concrete, but it was the right kind of concrete, swept clean, smelling of floor wax with no muddy footprints in sight. I looked toward the front windows. Outside, there was a parking lot. Cars were driving by. A woman was walking a dog. The sun was shining, a normal yellow sun that didn't look like an eye. Yeah, I said, my voice shaking. Saturday, I remember. I put the box of nails on the shelf. My hand brushed against the metal, and I felt a faint, lingering cold, a ghost of the mountain that refused to fade completely. Hey, Miller, I said as he started to walk away. Well, yeah. Did I ever work as a ranger at the North Rim? Miller stopped. He looked at me for a long time, his expression unreadable. Then he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The North Rim, he asked. No, Elias, you've been here since you were 20. You hate the outdoors. You always said the mountains were too big for a man to think straight in. Right, I said, too big. I turned back to the shelf. I reached for another box of nails, but my hand stopped. There, tucked behind a row of hammer drills, was a small, smooth stone, a piece of river-polished granite. I didn't pick it up. I backed away, my breath catching in my throat. I walked to the front of the store, past the registers, past the smiling customers. I pushed open the glass doors and stepped out into the heat. The parking lot was shimmering. The air was heavy with the scent of asphalt and exhaust. I walked to the edge of the sidewalk and looked down. The concrete was dry. It was perfect. But as I watched, a dark spot appeared, then another. It wasn't mud, it was water, a single, rhythmic dripping coming from somewhere above me. I didn't look up. I knew what I would see. I knew that if I looked up, the blue sky would be gone, replaced by the red walls of the tunnel. I knew that the hardware store was just another layer of the dream, a temporary shelter built out of the wreckage of the fire finder. I looked at my shadow on the ground. It was long and thin, stretching toward the north. And as I watched, the shadow's hand reached into its shadow pocket and pulled out a shadow radio. Base to Echo Cliff, the shadow whispered. I closed my eyes and leaned against the brick wall of the store. The bricks felt like sandstone. The heat felt like a fever. I whispered to the pavement. Everything looks clear. I stayed there for a long time, a man in a hardware store, waiting for the mountain to finish its breath. I knew the loop wasn't broken. I hadn't shattered the clock. I had only fallen into the space between the ticks. Then tomorrow. Tomorrow was still coming. It was always coming. It was the only thing in the canyon that never changed its mind. I turned back and walked into the store. I had shelves to stock. I had a life to pretend to live. And if I whistled while I worked, no one seemed to notice the 3 notes that didn't belong in the desert. The smell of cedar mulch was supposed to be a sanctuary, but now it felt like the scent of a funeral pyre. I walked back to aisle 4, my boots, the heavy, steel-toed work boots I'd worn for 5 years, feeling suddenly like lead weights. Every step I took on the polished concrete felt hollow, as if there were 1,000 feet of empty air beneath the foundation of the store. I reached for a bag of topsoil, and for a split second, the plastic felt like the cold, clammy skin of the old man in the basement. "You okay, Eli?" a voice barked. It was Greg, the floor manager. He was leaning against a pallet of cinder blocks, checking a clipboard. He looked mundane. He had a coffee stain on his shirt and a receding hairline that spoke of mortgage payments and lawn maintenance. He was the most beautiful, boring thing I had ever seen. "Just a dizzy spell," I said, wiping my forehead. My hand came away dry, but I expected it to be coated in gray silt. Must be the heat. "Air conditioning is on the fritz again," Greg grumbled, not looking up. "Miller's supposed to be looking at the unit on the roof, but you know Miller. He's probably up there watching the clouds." My heart skipped. Miller's on the roof. "Since 10 minutes ago. Why?" I didn't answer. I dropped the bag of soil and bolted for the back of the store. I pushed through the heavy plastic curtains of the loading bay and found the metal ladder that led to the roof. My hands gripped the rungs, and the sensation was a violent trigger. Cold steel, vertical ascent. The phantom image of the lookout tower flickered over the warehouse shelving like a double-exposure photograph. I climbed, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the air growing thinner with every foot I gained, even though I was barely 20 feet above the desert floor. When I threw back the roof hatch and emerged into the blinding Arizona sun, the world tilted. The roof wasn't just gravel and HVAC units. The edges of the building seemed to blur into the horizon. The parking lot was still there, but the cars looked like toys, and the sky was too blue, a hard, enamel sapphire that felt like it might crack if I screamed. Miller was there. He was standing near the edge, his back to me. He wasn't wearing an orange apron anymore. He was wearing a khaki shirt. "Miller," I yelled. He didn't turn. He was looking out over the town, but the town was changing. The suburban sprawl of Flagstaff was melting, the houses sinking into the earth like sugar cubes in water. In their place, the red rock was rising. The great stone was reclaiming the land, the strata folding over the shopping centers and the schools in a slow, geological shrug. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" Miller said. His voice was no longer the voice of the hardware store clerk. It was the voice from the radio, the one from 1994, the one from the base, the one from the end of the world. "This isn't real," I said, stepping toward him. The gravel under my boots shifted, sounding like the shale on the Bright Angel Trail. I broke the fire finder. I hit the center. I fell out. Miller finally turned. His face was a shifting mosaic. One moment he was the middle-aged man I'd known for years. The next he was a skeletal figure with eyes like polished obsidian. And then he was a young boy, barely 10, holding a toy compass. "You didn't break the clock, Elias," Miller said softly. "You just changed the face. You can't break what you are. You're the pendulum. You're the thing that makes the time happen by moving back and forth between the memory and the mountain." He held out his hand. In his palm was the brass key. It wasn't glowing anymore. It was bleeding. A dark, thick oil was seeping from the metal, dripping onto the roof. Where it hit the gravel, the stones turned into teeth. "The hardware store was a good effort," Miller continued, his voice echoing as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. "A very detailed manifestation. The smell of the cedar, the hum of the lights, it almost held. But you brought the stone with you. You always bring the stone." I looked down at my pocket. The weight was there. I hadn't even realized I picked it up from behind the drills. I pulled the granite piece out and threw it as hard as I could toward the horizon. It didn't fall. It hovered in the air, a fixed point in a spinning universe. "The mountain doesn't want your body," I whispered, repeating the old man's words. "It wants my yesterday." "It wants the hope," Miller corrected. "The hope that there's a Saturday where you're just a guy selling nails. That hope is the highest octane fuel there is. It keeps the loop tight. It keeps the Elias of now running toward the Elias of then." I looked past Miller over the edge of the roof. The parking lot was gone. The hardware store was now perched on a lone pillar of rock, a mesa of brick and mortar standing in the center of the Grand Canyon. The abyss stretched out in every direction, a mile deep and a billion years wide. I could see the other towers now, hundreds of them, scattered across the rims and the plateaus, each one with a tiny, flickering light in the window. Each one with an Elias inside, looking through a fire finder, trying to locate the smoke of his own burning life. "How many times?" I asked, my voice breaking. As many times as it takes for the rock to turn back into dust, Miller said. And then, once the dust settles, we start the erosion all over again. A rhythmic thumping began to vibrate through the roof. Thump, 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 thump. The heart beat. I looked toward the hatch I had just climbed through. It wasn't a hatch anymore. It was a hole in the world. I could see the younger Elias, the one from the trail, climbing up the ladder. He was almost here. He was coming to the roof to find the manager, to find the answer, to find the exit. If he sees me like this, I said, looking at my hands, which were now fully gray, the skin cracked into perfect hexagonal patterns like a dried lake bed, the cycle completes. It's already complete, Miller said. He stepped back, his body becoming translucent. The moment you felt the phantom heat on the tower, the connection was fused. You are the ghost that haunts him, and he is the blood that feeds you. The younger Elia's head popped up through the hatch. He looked exhausted. His face was smeared with red dust, and his eyes were wide with a terror so pure it felt like a physical weight in the air. He saw me. He didn't see a hardware store clerk. He saw a man made of stone standing on a pedestal of dying memories. "Who are you?" the younger Elias gasped, his voice a mirror of my own. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him that the nails in aisle 4 were a lie and that the mailman was a shadow, but my throat was full of sand. I opened my mouth, and all that came out was the 3-note whistle. The younger Elias recoiled as if I'd struck him. He scrambled back toward the ladder, but the roof was tilting now, the entire mesa beginning to crumble into the void. "Wait," I reached out, my stone fingers grazing his sleeve. The jolt was cataclysmic. I wasn't on the roof anymore. I was back in the basement. The old man in the bathrobe was gone. I was the old man. I was sitting in a lawn chair in the center of the concrete room, the water heater hissing beside me. I could hear the footsteps above, the heavy, rhythmic tread of someone walking through a house that didn't exist. Thud, thud, thud. I looked at the wall. The steak knife was buried in the drywall. I reached out and pulled it free. The metal felt warm, pulsing with the heartbeat of the strata. "Elias," a voice called from the top of the basement stairs. It was the younger Elias, the one who had just touched the print, the one who had just seen the gray man on the roof. He was coming down. He was looking for the truth. I stood up, my joints grinding like tectonic plates. I walked to the foot of the stairs and looked up into the darkness. "You're late," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded like the wind through a narrow gorge. It sounded like the grinding of pebbles in a river. I saw his face appear in the doorway above. He looked at me, and I saw the recognition dawn in his eyes, the soul-crushing realization that the path didn't lead forward, it only led down. "Is there an end?" he whispered. I looked at the steak knife in my hand. I looked at the gray skin of my arms. I looked at the infinite red darkness that lay behind the basement walls. "The end is a scale model," I told him, "built in a corner of your mind to keep the vastness from crushing you." I began to climb the stairs. Each step I took, the basement changed. The concrete turned to limestone. The water heater turned into a juniper tree, twisted and dead. The ceiling opened up into a violet sky. We weren't in the house. We were on the tomorrow ledge. The younger Elias was backed up against the rim, the wind whipping his hair. He looked down at the boot print at his feet, the one I had left when I was him, the one he had touched just moments ago. "The weight," he choked out. "I feel it. The mountain. It's moving inside me." Don't fight it, I said, stepping onto the ledge. I felt a strange, terrible compassion for him. I wanted to hold him. I wanted to kill him. They were the same impulse. If you fight it, the friction creates the fire. That's what the Rangers are looking for, the smoke of the men who tried to stay human. I don't want to be a rock, he sobbed. You won't be, I promised, and for a second I almost believed the lie. You'll be the witness. You'll be the one who remembers the smell of the hardware store so the rest of the mountain can sleep. I reached out and took the GPS unit from his shaking hand. I looked at the screen. The red dot was blinking. It was no longer a coordinate. It was a heart. I crushed the device in my palm. The plastic snapped, the liquid crystal leaking out like black blood. The younger Elias looked at me, and for a heartbeat, the loop blurred. I saw him not as my past, but as a stranger, a man who deserved a Saturday, a man who deserved to buy nails and go home to a house that stayed where it was built. Run, I whispered. What? Run, not back to the tower, not to the house. Jump. I pointed to the abyss. The loop only works if you stay on the path, I screamed over the rising wind. The fire finder only tracks the rim. If you go into the red, you're not an Elias anymore. You're just gravity. He looked at me, then at the mile of empty air. I'll die, he said. You're already dead, I roared, the stone in my chest cracking. We've been dead since 1994. We've been dead since the first drop of rain hit the canyon. Jump and become the silt. Be the water, just don't be the man. The younger Elias looked at the horizon, where the sun was setting for the millionth time. He looked at the lookout tower, where the gray man, the version of me that had stayed behind, was watching through the glass. He took a breath. It was a real breath. I could see his lungs expand, the life in him burning bright and desperate. Well, he didn't jump. He turned and ran back toward the tower. I fell to my knees on the ledge, a silent scream tearing through my throat. I watched him go, watched him sprint toward the stairs, toward the inheritance, toward the uniform. I had tried to save him, or maybe I had tried to save myself, but the mountain was stronger than the man. The story was written in the stone, and the stone didn't have an eraser. I looked down at the muddy print on the ledge. It was drying now. It was becoming part of the rock. I stood up and began to walk, not toward the tower, not toward the basement. I walked along the rim, my boots clicking in the three-note rhythm. I found a spot where the limestone was soft, near a twisted bristlecone pine. I sat down and looked out over the canyon. The lights of the other towers were flickering out, one by one, as the Eliases inside finished their shifts and began their descents into their respective basements. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, smooth stone. I didn't throw it, I didn't hide it. I put it in my mouth. It tasted like ancient oceans. It tasted like the hardware store. It tasted like tomorrow. I swallowed and I felt the weight settle in my gut, a perfect, heavy anchor. I closed my eyes and waited for the radio to crackle. I waited for Miller to tell me about the fire. I waited for the mailman to whistle. But there was only the wind. And then from far below, in the deepest, darkest part of the gorge, where the river ran like a vein of liquid shadow, I heard it. Oh, the splash. I opened my eyes and looked down. There in the moonlight, I saw a tiny ripple in the water, a single golden spark that shouldn't have been there. Someone had jumped. I looked at my hands. The gray was receding. The cracks were closing. My skin was turning back to the color of a man who spent his days under fluorescent lights. I looked toward the tower. It was gone. In its place was a white house with a green lawn. The radio on my belt hissed. "Elias, you there? We're closing up. Greg wants to know if you finished the plumbing aisle." I picked up the handset. My thumb hovered over the button. I looked back at the river. The ripple was gone, but the spark was still there, drifting downstream, moving away from the canyon, moving toward the sea. "I'm here, Miller," I said, my voice steady and clear. "I'm just finishing up. I'll be home for dinner." I stood up and walked toward the house. I didn't look back. I didn't look at the ground. But as I stepped onto the porch, I felt a sharp, sudden pain in my heel. I stopped and lifted my foot. Stuck in the tread of my boot was a tiny brass gear. It was still turning, the teeth grinding against the rubber, counting down the seconds of a day that would never end. I didn't pull it out. I just opened the door and walked inside, whistling a tune that had no name, while the mountain watched from the window, waiting for me to remember that I had forgotten to sign the logbook. The hallway of the house smelled of lemon wax and old paper, a domestic scent so aggressive it felt like a physical barrier against the vast, red silence outside. I stood in the foyer, my hand still gripping the brass doorknob. The metal was warm, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic vibration that matched the ticking of the grandfather clock in the living room. "Eli, that's you." The voice came from the kitchen. It was light, melodic, and entirely impossible. It was Sarah's voice. Sarah, who had left for Phoenix 3 years ago and never looked back. Sarah, who hadn't been part of the loop or the mountain or the hardware store. I walked toward the kitchen, my boots clicking on the hardwood. Each step felt like I was breaking a thin sheet of glass. The house was too perfect. The sunlight hitting the breakfast nook was too golden, the dust motes dancing in the air too choreographed. It was a masterpiece of a memory, a high-fidelity reconstruction designed to keep me from looking at the windows. She was standing at the stove, her back to me. She was wearing the blue sweater I'd bought her for our last anniversary. "You're late," she said, her voice teasing. "Greg call you into the office again, or did you get lost in the lumber yard?" I didn't move. I stayed in the doorway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Sarah." She turned around, smiling. Her face was exactly as I remembered it, the spray of freckles across her nose, the way her left eye crinkled slightly more than the right. But as she moved, I saw the shadow she cast on the linoleum. It didn't match her silhouette. It was long and jagged, the shadow of a twisted juniper tree clinging to a cliffside. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She walked toward me, and for a second the domestic illusion held. She felt real. She felt like warmth and safety and a life that made sense. But as she reached out to touch my cheek, I saw her fingernails. They weren't nails at all. They were small, serrated shards of obsidian. "The mountain sent you," I whispered, flinching away from her touch. The smile didn't leave her face, but her eyes, those bright, hazel eyes, turned flat and gray, like the surface of a dry lake. "The mountain didn't send me, Elias. I am the mountain, and so are you. This is just the shape we take when we want to believe we're still breathing." She gestured to the table. There were 2 plates of pasta, the steam rising in perfect, unmoving curls. It was a still life, a trap made of carbohydrates and nostalgia. "Sit down," she said. It wasn't a request. The air in the room grew heavy, the atmospheric pressure dropping until my ears popped. "We have so much to catch up on. Tell me about the hardware store. Tell me about the nails and the mulch. Tell me about the man on the roof. I backed away, my heels hitting the baseboard. I saw him, the younger me. He jumped. Sarah, or the thing wearing her skin, paused. The flickering of the fluorescent light in the kitchen synchronized with her heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Nobody jumps, Elias, she said softly. The gravity here isn't physical, it's moral. You can't fall into the river if you don't believe the river exists. You're still on the ledge. You've always been on the ledge. I saw the spark, I insisted. He hit the water. The loop broke. She laughed, and the sound was like stones rubbing together in a landslide. She walked to the window and pulled back the floral curtain. Outside, there was no lawn. There was no street. There was only the abyss, the red walls of the canyon rising up to meet a sky that was now a bruised, electric purple. The house wasn't a house. It was a shelf of rock carved into the shape of a home, dangling over the void by a thread of stubborn denial. The spark wasn't him escaping, she said, looking out at the darkness. The spark was the friction of his soul burning up as he tried to leave the frame. You didn't save him. You just gave him a more violent exit. And now the mountain has to fill the hole he left behind. She turned back to me, her form beginning to stretch and blur. Her blue sweater began to turn gray, the wool fibers hardening into strands of asbestos. Greg is waiting, Elias, she said, her voice distorting, layering over itself like a radio signal drifting between stations. The shelves are empty. The customers are coming. They need their hammers. They need their saws. They need to build things that won't last. I turned and ran. I didn't go for the front door. I knew it would lead back to the foyer. I ran for the basement door. I threw it open and plunged into the dark. I didn't hit stairs, I hit sand. I was back on the trail. The heat hit me like a physical blow, a wall of dry, ancient air that smelled of ozone and sun-baked iron. I looked up. The lookout tower was there, silhouetted against the dying sun, but it was different now. It was covered in vines, not green vines, but thick black cables that pulsed with a dull inner light. I looked at my hands. The gray was back, crawling up my forearms like a slow-motion bruise. My skin felt tight, brittle. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the brass gear I'd felt in my boot. It was still turning. I realized then that the gear wasn't from a clock. It was from the fire finder. I started to climb the trail, my breath whistling through my stone-filled throat. I didn't know why I was going back. I only knew that the house was a lie and the store was a tomb, and the only thing that felt real was the weight of the mountain pressing down on my shoulders. As I rounded the final switchback, I saw a figure sitting on a rock near the tower's base. It was Miller, but not the Miller from the store and not the voice from the radio. This Miller was old, older than the canyon, it seemed. His skin was the color of parched earth, and his hair was a tangle of white sage. He was holding a clipboard, but instead of paper, it was a slab of slate. "You're making good time," he said, not looking up. He was scratching marks into the slate with a sharpened bone, better than the last one. The Sarah manifestation usually keeps them occupied for at least 3 cycles. "Where is he?" I demanded, my voice a rasp of gravel, the one who jumped. Miller finally looked at me. His eyes were gone. In their place were 2 perfectly round holes that looked directly into the center of the earth. I could see the magma glowing deep inside his skull. "He's the river now," Miller said. "He's the erosion. Every time one of you jumps, the canyon gets a little deeper. The walls get a little higher. You think you're escaping, but you're just contributing to the architecture of your own prison. I'm not going back in the tower, I said, my fingers clenching into fists. The sound of my knuckles cracking was like a geologist's hammer hitting a geode. You don't have to, Miller said, standing up. He was taller than he should have been, his shadow stretching out for miles across the plateau. The tower is for the beginners, the ones who still think they're looking for smoke. You've graduated. You're ready for the maintenance. He handed me the bone stylus. Maintenance. Someone has to keep the footprints fresh, Miller said, pointing to the trail. I looked down. The trail was covered in them. Thousands of footprints, all identical to mine. They led in circles, they led to the edge, they led into the tower. But as I watched, the wind began to blow, and the dust started to fill them in. If the prints disappear, the memory fades, Miller explained. And if the memory fades, the mountain loses its shape. It becomes just rock, inert, dead. It needs the story of Elias to stay awake. It needs the hardware store and the Sarah thing and the three-note whistle. It needs the loop to have a witness. I looked at the stylus. I looked at the vast, uncaring beauty of the canyon. What if I refuse? Miller smiled, and I saw the rows of teeth, each one a different fossil, a shark's tooth, a trilobite, a human molar. Then you become the dust. No memory, no Saturday, no Sarah, just a billion years of silence. Most men choose the loop. At least in the loop, you get to be a man for a little while, even if it's only between the ticks of a broken clock. I looked at the lookout tower. I could see a light in the window. A new Elias was up there. He was looking through the glass, his hand on the fire finder, waiting for the smoke. He was thinking about his mortgage. He was thinking about a cold beer. He was thinking about tomorrow. He didn't know that I was down here. He didn't know that he was standing on the shoulders of 1,000 versions of himself, all of us holding up the floorboards of his reality. I looked at the brass gear in my hand. It was slowing down. The tension in the spring was almost gone. The three notes, I said. What are they? Miller tilted his head. They're the sound the earth makes when it dreams of water. It's the only thing the mountain can't fake. That's why you whistle it. It's your body's way of screaming that it's thirsty for a world that isn't made of stone. I looked at the younger Elias in the window. He looked so small, so fragile. I didn't take the stylus. I didn't go to the trail. I walked to the edge of the cliff, the very spot where the other one had jumped. I looked down at the river, a silver thread in the moonlight. He didn't become the erosion, I said, my voice gaining a sudden, terrifying strength. Though Miller asked, his voice dripping with ancient boredom, and what did he become? He became the reason I'm not afraid of the dark, I said. I didn't jump, not yet. I turned back to the tower and I began to whistle, not the three notes, not the mountain's dream. I whistled a song Sarah used to sing in the shower, a messy, human song, a song with mistakes, a song that didn't belong in a loop. The Elias in the window froze. He turned his head, looking toward the ledge. He couldn't see me. I was just a shadow among shadows, but he heard me. The gear in my hand snapped. The spring uncoiled with a violent hiss, the metal shards biting into my palm. The world shuddered. The lookout tower began to lean. The red walls of the canyon vibrated, the strata grinding against each other in a dissonant, screaming chord. The tomorrow ledge began to crack, a giant fissure opening up between me and Miller. What are you doing? Miller roared, his magma eyes flaring. You're breaking the resonance. you'll collapse the manifestation. Let it fall, I yelled, the stone in my throat finally shattering. Let the whole thing turn to dust. I'd rather be a grain of sand in a real desert than a god in this one. I threw the broken gear at Miller. It struck his slate clipboard, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. The Elias in the tower screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated realization. He wasn't looking for smoke anymore. He was looking at the cracks in the world. I stepped off the ledge. I didn't fall. The ground rose up to meet me, but it wasn't the canyon floor. It was the linoleum of the hardware store. I was standing in aisle 4. The smell of cedar mulch was overwhelming. Eli, you okay? It was Greg. He was still leaning against the cinder blocks. He was still checking his clipboard, but his coffee stain was gone. His receding hairline was gone. He was a man made of light, his skin glowing with a soft, ethereal radiance. The air conditioning is fixed, Greg said, his voice sounding like a choir. Miller finished the unit. Everything is clear. I looked around. The store was full of people, but they weren't customers. They were the others, all the versions of me. Thousands of Eliases, all wearing orange aprons, all stocking the same shelves with the same bags of topsoil. And at the end of the aisle, standing near the garden hoses, was Sarah. She wasn't a monster, she wasn't a shadow. She was just a woman holding a pack of marigold seeds. She looked at me and smiled, and this time the smile reached her eyes. Is it over? I asked, my voice trembling. No, she said, her voice a soft hum in the back of my mind. It's just Sunday. I looked down at my boots. They were no longer steel-toed. They were worn-out sneakers, the kind I used to wear when we went hiking in the real woods, before the mountain, before the tower, before the fire. I looked at the exit. The automatic doors were sliding open and shut over and over again. Outside, I could see a parking lot. I could see cars. I could see a world that moved forward. But when I looked closer, I saw that the cars weren't moving. The people in the parking lot were frozen in mid-stride. The sun was stuck at the horizon, a permanent orange bruise. I walked toward the doors. I wanted to believe it. I wanted to step out into that Sunday. But as I reached the threshold, the sensor didn't trigger. The doors stayed shut. I pressed my face against the glass. There, on the other side of the door, was a boot print. A single, muddy print on the pristine concrete of the sidewalk. It was fresh. It was wet. And as I watched, a single, brass gear rolled out of the print and came to a stop against the glass. I looked back at the store. Greg was gone. The other Eliases were gone. Sarah was gone. The shelves were empty. The lights were flickering. And from the intercom, a voice whispered, I copy, everything looks clear. I leaned my forehead against the glass and closed my eyes. I wasn't in the store. I wasn't on the mountain. I was the space between the ticks. I was the 3 notes. I was the footprint that matched tomorrow. And tomorrow. Tomorrow was a hardware store with no doors. I reached for my belt, but the radio was gone. In its place was a heavy granite stone. I pulled it out and looked at it. Carved into the surface, in my own handwriting, were 3 words. Don't look up. I looked up. The ceiling of the hardware store was gone. Above me, the great stone was descending, 1 billion tons of red rock falling in slow motion. coming to crush the dream of Sunday once and for all. I didn't run, I didn't whistle. I just stood there, a man in a hardware store, waiting for the mountain to finish its breath. The impact was silent. And then there was only the sound of a shovel hitting the earth somewhere in the dark. The sound of the shovel was rhythmic, a dull thud followed by the rasp of metal sliding through coarse grit. It was the only sound in a world that had suddenly lost its horizontal axis. I wasn't standing on the floor of the hardware store anymore, nor was I on the ledge of the canyon. I was suspended in a dense, pressurized amber of shadow. Every time the shovel bit into the earth, a spark of static electricity flickered in the dark, illuminating brief, terrifying glimpses of my surroundings. I saw a wall of stacked cinder blocks, then a row of hanging garden trowels, then the gnarled root of a juniper tree. The realities were overlapping, folding in on themselves like a map being crushed in a fist. The mountain wasn't just a place, it was a hungry architecture, and I was the rebar keeping it from collapsing into total nothingness. Keep digging, Elias, you're almost to the pipes. The voice didn't come from a throat, it vibrated through my teeth. I looked down at my hands. They were gripping the handle of a spade. The wood was slick with a substance that felt like oil but smelled like ozone. I was standing in a trench that shouldn't have existed, cut right through the center of aisle 4. I looked up, remembering the warning on the stone. The ceiling wasn't a ceiling, it was a sky of inverted soil. Roots dangled like skeletal chandeliers, and I could see the bottom of the lookout tower poking through the dirt above me, its lightning rods reaching down like silver teeth. The world had flipped. The above was now the below, and the weight of the entire plateau was pressing down on the soles of my feet. "Who's there?" I asked. The words felt heavy, like I was spitting out lead shot. A figure stepped into the flickering light of the shovel sparks. It was Greg, but he was wearing the blue sweater Sarah had been wearing in the kitchen. The sweater was torn at the shoulder, revealing skin that looked like polished marble. He held a clipboard, but the pages were made of dried skin, covered in the same frantic, looping tally marks I had seen in the lookout logbook. "The inventory is wrong," Greg said, his voice a composite of a dozen different people I'd known. "We're short on brass, we're short on time, we're short on you." He stepped closer, and I realized he wasn't walking on the bottom of the trench. He was walking on the side of it, his body perpendicular to mine, defying a gravity that had long since given up on making sense. "The man who jumped," I said, leaning on my shovel. My muscles felt like they were turning into cooling lava. "He didn't become the river. He didn't become the erosion. He's the one digging, isn't he?" Greg, or the thing in the sweater, tilted his head. The movement was mechanical, accompanied by the faint sound of grinding gears. "There is no he, Elias. There is only the function. The store needs to be stocked. The mountain needs to be watched. The hole needs to be filled. You're just the current occupant of the suit." He pointed his pen at the trench. At the bottom, partially uncovered by my digging, was a shape. It was long and narrow, wrapped in the same heavy plastic sheeting used for winterizing windows. "Sign for the delivery," Greg commanded. I dropped the shovel. The sound it made was a hollow, metallic ring that echoed for miles, as if the trench were a bell. I knelt down and brushed away the loose red dirt from the plastic. My heart wasn't beating anymore. It was just a low, constant hum, like a refrigerator in an empty house. I tore a corner of the plastic away. Underneath wasn't a body, it was a mirror. But it didn't reflect the trench or the inverted sky or the thing in the blue sweater. It reflected a version of the hardware store I had never seen. It was bright, modern, and filled with people who looked bored. A young woman was complaining about the price of paint. A teenager was texting while leaning against a display of power drills. It was mundane. It was loud. It was terrifyingly normal. And there, behind the counter, was me. The version of me in the mirror looked tired, but it was a normal kind of tired. He was wearing a name tag that said Elia's assistant manager. He was ringing up a box of nails for an old man who was complaining about the weather. He looked up at the clock on the wall, a plastic, battery-operated thing, and sighed. He was waiting for his shift to end. He was waiting for a life that actually happened. "That's the leak," Greg whispered from the side of the trench. "That's where the reality is bleeding out. Every time you remember that life, the mountain loses a pound of pressure. You're making the walls thin, Elias. You're letting the light in, and light is a corrosive here." I reached out to touch the surface of the mirror. It felt cold, but it didn't feel like glass. It felt like water. My fingertips dipped into the image of the store, and for a second, I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant sound of a car horn in the parking lot. It was a siren song of the ordinary. "If I break this," I whispered, "does the loop stop?" "If you break that," Greg said, his voice losing its human cadence and becoming a roar of wind, "the mountain collapses. The canyon fills. The lookout tower falls. And the man behind that counter, he won't go home to Sarah. He won't go home at all. He'll just cease to have ever been. You can't have the Sunday without the Saturday that built it. And you, Elias, are the Saturday." I looked at the version of myself in the mirror. He was smiling now, laughing at something the old man had said. He had no idea he was a ghost fueled by my suffering. He had no idea that his coffee and his boring commute were paid for by the gray dust in my lungs and the brass gear grinding in my heel. I picked up the shovel. The weight of it was immense. It felt like I was lifting the entire history of the canyon. I held it over the mirror, the blade glinting with the reflected light of a world that didn't know I existed. "The footprints," I said, looking at Greg. "They weren't leading me to the exit. They were leading me here, to the maintenance." "Fresh prints every day," Greg agreed, his form beginning to dissolve into a swarm of black flies. "Keep the memory alive. Keep the store open. Keep the mountain dreaming. It's a small price to pay for a version of you that gets to be happy." I looked back at the mirror. The Elias behind the counter was locking up. He was turning off the lights. He was thinking about the dinner Sarah had made. He was thinking about tomorrow. I realized then that the tomorrow the mountain promised wasn't for me. It was for the reflection. I was the engine, and he was the exhaust. I didn't swing the shovel. Instead, I turned it around and handed the handle to the thing that had been Greg. "No," I said. The flies paused, the wind stopped, the inverted sky of roots and soil went silent. "No," the voice echoed, vibrating from the very rocks themselves. "I'm not the Saturday," I said, "and I'm not the maintenance. If the mountain needs a witness to stay awake, then it's time it learned what it's like to sleep." I stepped onto the mirror. I didn't fall into the store. I didn't break the glass. I stood on the surface of my own reflection, and I began to walk, not toward the exit and not toward the tower. I walked toward the center of the mirror, where the image of the hardware store began to blur into a kaleidoscope of colors. The ground beneath me began to groan. The trench started to fill, not with dirt, but with the gray dust of forgotten things. The blue sweater fluttered to the ground empty. The clipboard shattered. The mountain began to scream. It was a sound of tectonic plates shearing, of a billion years of patience finally breaking. The red walls of the canyon outside the trench began to liquefy, turning into a river of hot, molten narrative. I kept walking. Each step felt like I was shedding a layer of skin. The gray was falling away, leaving behind something raw and translucent. I wasn't Elias the ranger or Elias the clerk. I was just a sequence of notes. The 3 notes. I whistled them now. They didn't sound like a dream of water. They sounded like a key turning in a lock that had been rusted shut since the beginning of time. The mirror beneath my feet cracked. A single fissure raced across the image of the happy hardware store, splitting the reflection of Sarah in half, tearing the name tag off the reflection of me. The light from the other side, the real light, the messy, chaotic light of a world that didn't have a script poured through the crack. It smelled of rain and exhaust and wet dogs and burnt toast. It was beautiful. You're destroying the balance. The mountain roared, one final, desperate attempt to hold the frame. The balance was a cage, I replied. I reached down and grabbed the edge of the crack. I pulled. The reality of the mountain tore like wet paper. I saw the lookout tower fold into itself, the brass fire finder spinning off into the void. I saw the hardware store dissolve into a cloud of cedar, mulch, and nails. I saw the 3-year-old memory of Sarah vanish into a puff of lemon wax. And then there was the fall. It wasn't a fall through air. It was a fall through time. I saw the footprints, millions of them, unwinding like a film reel being played in reverse. I saw the jump. I saw the climb. I saw the walk to the porch. I saw the moment I stepped on the gear. I reached out and caught the gear before it hit my boot. The world went white. I was sitting in my car. The engine was idling. The heater was humming, blowing a faint scent of old coffee and dust into the cabin. I was in the parking lot of the hardware store. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows across the asphalt. It was a normal Saturday. The sign on the door said closed. My hand was resting on the gear shift. I looked down at my palm. There, resting in the center of my hand, was a tiny brass gear. It wasn't turning. It was just a piece of metal, dead, inert. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. I picked it up. A text from Sarah, dated today. Hey, I know things have been weird since the move to Phoenix, but I'm coming back for the weekend to pack up the rest of the house. Want to grab dinner? I looked at the screen for a long time. My heart was beating. It was a slow, irregular human throb. I looked at the hardware store. It looked like a building, just a building. No eyes in the windows, no shadows on the roof. I looked at the rearview mirror. My face was my face. No gray, no stone, just a man who had worked a long shift and was ready to go home. I put the car in drive. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I saw a figure standing by the roadside near the entrance to the canyon trail. It was an old man in a tattered orange apron. He was holding a clipboard. I didn't look at him. I didn't stop. I drove past the trail, past the mountain, and toward the lights of the town. But as I turned onto the main highway, I glanced at the floor mat on the passenger side. There in the dust was a single footprint. It was wet, it was muddy, and it was perfectly identical to the sole of my shoe. I reached over and turned on the radio. I didn't look for a station. I just let the static fill the car, a white noise that drowned out the silence of the canyon. I began to whistle, not the 3 notes, not a song Sarah knew. I whistled a tune I had never heard before, a tune that sounded like the first day of a life that hadn't been written yet. The gear in my hand felt cold. I rolled down the window and tossed it into the dark. I didn't hear it hit the ground. Would you like the summary of the next part of the story? The highway stretched out like a black ribbon cutting through the throat of the desert. The neon signs of the last gas station on the outskirts of town blurred into long, electric smears of red and blue. I kept my eyes fixed on the white lines of the road, counting them as they were swallowed by the underside of the car. 6, 7, 8. I needed the math. I needed the physics of internal combustion and the friction of rubber on asphalt to be the only truths left in my head. But the silence in the car was too heavy. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a pressurized void, the kind that happens right before a storm breaks or a mountain breathes. I reached out and cranked the volume knob on the radio, desperate for a human voice, a weather report, even a commercial for life insurance. Anything that anchored me to a world where things were bought, sold, and eventually discarded. The static didn't break, it pulsed. It had a rhythm now, a low-frequency thrum that matched the vibration of the steering wheel. I looked at the digital clock on the dashboard. 6:42 p.m. I watched the numbers, waiting for them to flick to 6:43. The minute didn't pass. I stared at the glowing green digits. I counted to 60 in my head, slow and deliberate. 6:42 p.m. I counted to 100. 6:42 p.m. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles turned the color of the moon. I wasn't driving toward the town. I was driving on a treadmill of my own making. The scenery outside, the jagged silhouettes of the saguaros, the distant flickering lights of the valley wasn't changing. The same chevron sign passed by every 3 minutes. The same silver sedan was parked on the shoulder, its hazard lights blinking in a slow, rhythmic amber. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded, the tires screaming against the pavement, and I came to a halt in the middle of the empty highway. I sat there, gasping, the smell of burnt rubber filling the cabin. I looked at the passenger floor mat. The muddy footprint was still there. It hadn't dried. It looked as fresh as if I had just stepped out of a marsh. And next to it, resting exactly where I had thrown the brass gear out the window, was the gear. It hadn't left. It was a part of the car now. It was a part of the air. "I'm not doing this," I whispered. My voice sounded thin like paper tearing. "I'm home. I'm out. The mountain is behind me." I reached for my phone to call Sarah. I needed to hear her voice. I needed her to tell me she was at the house, that the water was boiling for pasta, that the world was boring and safe. I tapped her name. The phone didn't ring. Instead, the speaker emitted a long, sustained whistle, 3 notes. I dropped the phone into the footwell. It landed right in the center of the muddy footprint. The car door creaked open. I hadn't touched the handle. The cold desert air rushed in, smelling of sage and something metallic, something like the interior of a hardware store after the lights go out. Standing in the middle of the road, illuminated by my headlights, was a figure. It wasn't Greg. It wasn't the man in the orange apron. It was a hiker. He was wearing a high-end technical jacket, a heavy backpack, and a pair of brand-new steel-toed boots. He was hunched over, his hands on his knees, breathing heavily as if he had just finished a grueling climb. He looked up. The light of the high beams hit his face. It was me. But it was the me from 3 years ago, the me who had first set foot on the mountain, the me who hadn't yet learned that some places don't have an exit. He looked at the car, his eyes squinting against the glare. He didn't see the version of me sitting in the driver's seat. He saw a miracle. He saw a way off the ledge. He started walking toward the car, his movements jerky, like a marionette being pulled by invisible wires. "Hey," he shouted, and I heard his voice not through the air, but through the car's speakers. "Hey, can you help me? I think I'm lost. I've been walking for hours, but the trail it just keeps coming back to the same tree." I wanted to scream at him to run. I wanted to tell him to turn around and walk into the darkness, to find the river, to become the erosion. Anything but getting into this car. But I couldn't move. My limbs felt like they were made of the same heavy granite as the stone I had found in the store. I was becoming the furniture of the moment. The Hikerelias reached the passenger door. He looked down at the muddy footprint on the mat, then at the brass gear, then at the phone. He didn't look surprised. He looked relieved. "Is it over?" he asked, looking directly into my eyes. I realized then that he could see me, but I wasn't a person to him. I was the destination. I was the Sunday he had been promised. "No," I said, and the word felt like it was being dragged out of a deep well. "It's just Saturday night." He nodded, a slow, solemn movement. He climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door. The interior of the car instantly smelled of pine needles and wood smoke. "The air conditioning is fixed," he said, his voice sounding like a choir. I looked at the dashboard. The clock flicked. 6:43 p.m. The car began to move on its own. I wasn't touching the pedals, but we were accelerating. The chevron sign disappeared. The silver sedan with the hazard lights vanished. We weren't on the highway anymore. We were driving down the center aisle of the hardware store. The shelves on either side were infinite, towering up into a darkness that had no ceiling. They weren't stocked with tools or seeds anymore. They were stocked with memories. On the left, thousands of jars filled with the sound of Sarah laughing. On the right, stacks of boxes containing every Tuesday I had ever wasted. "We're short on brass," the Hikerelias said, staring straight ahead. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of gears. He began to drop them one by one into the cup holder. They clinked like coins. "Where are we going?" I asked. I felt a strange peace washing over me. The fear was still there, but it was distant, like a radio station fading out as you drive over a mountain pass. "To the lookout," he said. "The storm is coming. We have to log the strikes." "There is no storm," I said. "It's just the mountain breathing." "Same thing," he replied. He reached over and turned the radio dial. The static cleared instantly. A voice came through, clear and crisp. It was Sarah. "Elias, can you hear me? I'm at the tower. I brought the marigold seeds. The soil here is perfect. It's so red, it looks like it's glowing." I looked at the Hikerelias. He was smiling. It was the smile that reached his eyes. I looked out the windshield. We weren't in a car anymore. We were standing on the wraparound balcony of the lookout tower. The wind was howling, a ferocious, freezing gale that threatened to rip the boards from the floor. Below us, the canyon was a sea of shifting shadows, a landscape that was being rewritten with every flash of lightning. The sky above wasn't black. It was the color of a bruise. And hanging in the center of the sky, where the moon should have been, was a giant brass gear. It was turning slowly, its teeth grinding against the clouds, sparks of blue electricity falling like snow. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I turned. Sarah was standing there. She was wearing her hiking gear, her hair whipped into a frenzy by the wind. She was holding a handful of red dirt letting it slip through her fingers. "Is this real?" I asked. She stepped toward me and took my hand. Her skin was warm. It felt like the sun on a Sunday afternoon. "Does it matter?" she asked. "The store is closed, Elias. The mountain is awake. We don't have to wait for tomorrow anymore. We're already there." I looked down at our joined hands. My skin was starting to glow with that soft, ethereal radiance I had seen on Greg. The gray was gone. The stone was gone. But then I looked past her, toward the corner of the balcony. There, sitting on the railing, was a pair of steel-toed boots. They were covered in fresh, wet mud, and tucked inside one of the boots was a crumpled piece of paper. I let go of Sarah's hand. She didn't resist. She just kept smiling and walked over to the boots. I pulled out the paper. It was a page from the lookout logbook. It wasn't my handwriting. It was a frantic, jagged scrawl that looked like it had been carved with a fingernail. Part 10 of 20, it read, "The midpoint of the circle, the place where the hiker meets the clerk. Don't believe the light. The light is just the friction of the teeth." I looked up at the giant gear in the sky. It wasn't a moon. It was a lid, and it was closing. "Elias," Sarah called out. Her voice was different now. It was losing its warmth. It was becoming rhythmic, dull. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. The sound of the shovel. I looked at her. She was still smiling, but her eyes were gone. In their place were two small, rotating gears. "The inventory is wrong," she said. "We're short on you." The balcony beneath my feet began to dissolve into sawdust. The canyon below rose up to meet me, a wall of red rock and juniper roots. I reached for the railing, but it turned into a garden hose, slick and ungraspable. I started to fall. But I didn't fall down. I fell sideways. I slammed into something hard and cold. I gasped, my lungs burning with the scent of floor wax and stale coffee. I was lying on the floor of aisle 4. The lights were flickering overhead. The intercom was crackling with a voice I couldn't understand. I sat up, my head spinning. I looked at my hands. They were covered in red dust. I looked at the shelf next to me. It was filled with bags of topsoil. One of the bags had been torn open. I reached inside the bag and pulled out a handful of the dirt. It wasn't dirt, it was crushed brass. Thousands of tiny, broken gears shimmering in the fluorescent light. "Lilia's, you okay?" I froze. It was Greg. He was leaning against the cinder blocks. He was checking his clipboard. His coffee stain was back. His receding hairline was back. He looked tired. He looked human. "Yeah," I croaked. "Yeah, I'm fine, just tripped." "Watch your step," Greg said, not looking up from his tallies. "The floor is uneven near the garden section. Always has been. Something about the foundation. The mountain is always trying to push its way back in." He started to walk away, his boots clicking on the linoleum. "Greg," I called out. He stopped and turned. "Yeah." "Did Miller finish the AC unit? Is everything clear?" Greg frowned. "Who's Miller? We don't have a Miller on staff. And the AC has been broken since '94, Elias. You know that. We just use the fans." He pointed to the ceiling. A massive, industrial fan was spinning slowly. It was silent. It didn't move the air. I looked at the floor where Greg had been standing. There on the pristine white tile was a single muddy footprint. And as I watched, a single brass gear rolled out of the print and came to a stop against my shoe. I didn't pick it up, I didn't whistle. I looked at the exit. The automatic doors were sliding open and shut. Outside, the parking lot was full of cars. The sun was setting. I walked toward the doors. My heart was pounding, a frantic, terrified beat. The sensor triggered. The doors slid open. I stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was cold. It smelled of rain. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. I walked toward my car, my keys trembling in my hand. I just had to get home. I just had to see Sarah. I reached my car and pulled the handle. It was locked. I looked through the window into the driver's seat. There was a man sitting there. He was wearing a high-end technical jacket. He was staring at the dashboard clock. He looked at me. He didn't see me. He saw a miracle. He leaned over and unlocked the passenger door. I stood there on the asphalt, the wind howling around me, the mountain looming behind the store like a silent, hungry god. I looked at my hand. I was holding a pack of marigold seeds. I didn't remember buying them. From the intercom inside the store, a voice whispered, loud enough to reach the parking lot. I copy, everything looks clear. I opened the car door and sat down. Is it over? The man in the technical jacket asked. I looked at the dashboard, 6:42 p.m. No, I said, and my voice sounded like a choir. It's just Sunday. The man in the technical jacket, the version of me that still smelled of high-altitude ozone and expensive Gore-Tex, stared at me with a hollow, desperate hunger. He was waiting for an answer that would tether him back to a world of linear time and predictable gravity. I felt the weight of the marigold seeds in my hand, the small paper packet crinkling with a sound like dry autumn leaves skittering over a tombstone. Sunday, he repeated, his voice a frail echo. But it was Saturday. I was just at the hardware store. I was buying a flashlight. The batteries were dead. I looked at the dashboard clock, 6:42 p.m. The colon between the hour and the minute wasn't blinking. It was a solid, unmoving twin star of green light. I realized then that we weren't in a car anymore, not really. We were in a transition, a waiting room made of vinyl and glass, parked on the thin membrane between what had happened and what was being manufactured. The batteries are always dead here, I said. My voice didn't feel like mine. It felt like a recording being played back at a slightly lower pitch. You don't need a light, Elias. You need to stop looking for the exit. He gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. I have to get home. Sarah is waiting. She sent a text. She's coming back from Phoenix. I reached out and touched the dashboard. The plastic felt warm, almost like skin. Beneath the surface, I could hear the faint, rhythmic grinding of gears, thousands of them, interlocking, turning the world at a rate of 1 second per second, or perhaps 1 eternity per breath. She isn't in Phoenix, I whispered. She never left. She's just in a different aisle. The hiker Elias turned to me, his eyes wide with a burgeoning horror. He looked down at the floor mat, where the muddy footprint was beginning to pulse with a faint, bioluminescent glow. The mud wasn't drying. It was spreading, reaching out like the roots of a desert willow toward the pedals, toward his boots. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face was a map of places I hadn't visited yet. There was a scar on my chin I didn't recognize, and my eyes held the flat, gray sheen of a mountain lake before a storm. I'm the inventory, I said. Suddenly, the car rocked violently. It wasn't a collision, it was a shift in pressure. Outside the windows, the parking lot of the hardware store began to stretch. The asphalt rippled like water, the white painted lines elongating into infinite streaks that shot toward the horizon. The other cars, the sedans, the dusty pickups, the SUVs, began to sink into the ground, their roofs flickering like dying candles before vanishing entirely. The hardware store remained, but it was growing. It was unfolding like a massive architectural origami, its walls sliding upward, its roof expanding to blot out the bruised sky. The closed sign on the door flickered and changed. Now opens. Always open. Everything must go. We have to get out, the Hykerelius screamed. He lunged for the door handle, but it snapped off in his hand, turning into a brittle piece of gray chalk. He threw himself against the glass, but the window didn't break. It rippled, absorbing the impact like heavy gelatin. I sat calmly. The peace I had felt in the tower was returning, a cold, numbing sedative that whispered that struggle was merely a waste of kinetic energy. I opened the packet of marigold seeds. I didn't find seeds inside. I found small, jagged shards of a broken rearview mirror. I picked up a shard and held it to the light. In the reflection, I didn't see the car. I saw the interior of the hardware store, aisle 12, electrical. I saw a man standing on a ladder, reaching for a light fixture. The man was Greg, but he was younger, his hair thick and dark, his apron bright orange and unsoiled. He was whistling a tune, a complex, weaving melody that sounded like the wind through a canyon. "Greg," I whispered to the shard of glass. The figure on the ladder stopped. He didn't turn around, but his shoulders slumped. "It's not time for your shift yet, Elias. You're early, or late. The clock in the break room is running backward again." "Where is Sarah?" I demanded, my voice cracking the serene silence of the car. The Hykerelius was sobbing now, a high, thin sound. He was shrinking, his expensive jacket sagging as if the person inside were evaporating. The mud from the footprint had reached his ankles, pinning him to the seat. "Sarah is in the garden center," the Greg in the glass replied. "She's helping with the mulch. We got a new shipment in, from the mountain. It's very rich. It remembers everything it touches." I dropped the shard. It hit the gear shift and shattered into 100 smaller pieces, each one showing a different fragment of a life I almost remembered. A birthday party, a funeral in the rain, a morning spent drinking coffee on a porch that smelled of sage. The car door on my side swung open. I didn't step out, I was pulled. The vacuum of the store was stronger than the sanctuary of the vehicle. I tumbled onto the floor of the garden center. The air here was thick and humid, smelling of damp earth and rot. The ceiling was gone, replaced by the vast, turning brass gear I had seen from the tower. It was lower now, its teeth grazing the tops of the towering shelves. Every time the gears meshed, a shower of sparks rained down, landing on the plants below. The plants weren't normal, they were architectural. Ferns made of rusted rebar, roses with petals of hammered copper, succulents that looked like clusters of green glass marbles. And there, kneeling in a pile of red, glowing soil, was Sarah. She wasn't the Sarah from my memories. She was wearing a tattered orange apron over her sundress. Her hands were buried deep in the dirt, her movements rhythmic and mechanical. Dig, plant, cover, dig, plant, cover. "Sarah," I called out, stumbling toward her. The floor beneath me was soft, like walking on a mattress. She didn't look up. "The marigolds are late, Elias. You promised you'd bring them." The perimeter is failing. If we don't plant the border, the desert will come inside. I have them, I said, reaching for the packet, but my pockets were empty. The shards, the seeds, the brass gear, everything was gone. My hands were stained red, the dust etched into the lines of my palms like a new set of lifelines. I knelt beside her. Sarah, look at me. We aren't supposed to be here. This isn't a store, it's a trap. The mountain is using us to keep itself standing. She finally looked at me. Her eyes were wide and clear, but there was no pupil, no iris, just a reflection of the giant gear turning above us. The mountain doesn't need us to stand, Elias, she said softly. Her voice was the sound of 1,000 clocks ticking in unison. The mountain is the only thing that is standing. Everything else is just a shadow cast by the sun we haven't built yet. She reached out and touched my cheek. Her fingers were cold, the texture of polished limestone. You found the gear, she said, the one from the AC unit. Do you know what it does? It plays things back, I said, remembering the footage on the monitor. It shows the footprints. It shows the tomorrow that already happened. Sarah shook her head. No, it doesn't show the future. It creates the past. Every time you turn that gear, a memory is ground into dust to make room for a new floor. You think you're moving forward, but you're just polishing the stone. She stood up, pulling me with her. The garden center began to dissolve. The plants retracted into the floor. The red soil turned into gray concrete. We were standing in the middle of a vast, empty warehouse. The shelves were gone. The lights were gone. There was only a single desk in the center of the space, and sitting behind it was the man in the tattered orange apron, the one I had seen by the roadside. He was writing in a ledger. The scratching of his pen was the only sound in the universe. Sign in, Elias, the man said without looking up. You're behind on your quotas. I don't work here, I said, my voice echoing into the infinite dark. The man looked up. His face was a blur of features, shifting every second. For a moment, he looked like Greg. Then he looked like my father. Then he looked like the hiker I had just left in the car. Everyone works here, he said. The mountain is a business. It trades in duration. It buys your nows and sells them back to you as thens. And you, Elias, you've been a very big spender. He pushed the ledger toward me. The pages were made of thin, translucent metal. What happens if I don't sign? I asked. The man smiled. It was a jagged, terrible expression. Then you stay in the car with the other you, the one who thinks he's going home, the one who will spend the next eternity watching the clock strike 6:42. I looked at Sarah. She was fading. Her edges were becoming translucent, the orange of her apron bleeding into the gray of the floor. Don't sign it, Elias, she whispered, but her voice was being drowned out by the sound of the giant gear above. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. The man held out the pen. It was a long, sharpened bone. One signature, he said, and I'll let her go. I'll let her walk out those doors and back into the phoenix she remembers. She'll have a life. She'll have a Sunday. Lend me, I asked. You'll stay and help with the inventory. We have a lot of footprints to match, and the storm is coming. We need someone to watch the lights. I looked at the ledger. I looked at Sarah, who was now little more than a shimmer in the air, a ghost of a girl who had once loved a man who went for a hike and never came back. I reached for the pen. But as my fingers brushed the bone, I felt a spark, not the blue electricity of the gears, but something else, a sharp, stinging heat. I looked at my wrist. There, tied around my skin, was a small, frayed piece of twine. I remembered it now. I had tied it there years ago, a reminder to buy something Sarah had asked for. I couldn't remember what the item was, but I remembered the moment. The sun hitting the kitchen table, the smell of burnt toast, the mundane, beautiful boredom of a Saturday morning that didn't want to be anything else. That memory wasn't a gear. It wasn't a footprint. It was a knot. I didn't take the pen. I took the twine. I pulled it tight, the rough fiber cutting into my skin. The inventory is wrong, I said, my voice suddenly loud and resonant, shaking the very foundations of the warehouse. The man in the apron narrowed his eyes. The mountain does not make mistakes. The mountain doesn't make anything, I countered. It just collects. It's a hoarder of lost moments. And I'm not a moment. I'm the one who experiences them. I turned to Sarah. She was almost gone. I reached out, not for her hand, but for the space where her heart would be. Sarah, the 3 notes, sing them. As she looked at me, confused. Elias, I don't. Sing them, the notes from the canyon, the ones that don't belong to the mountain. She closed her eyes, her lips moved. At first, there was no sound, just the vibration of the air. Then a low hum began to rise. It was discordant, it was messy, it was human. The first note hit the air like a hammer. The giant gear above us shuddered. A tooth snapped off, falling through the darkness like a golden meteor. The second note followed, higher and sharper. The warehouse walls began to crack. Behind the concrete, I could see the red rock of the canyon, the real world screaming to get back in. The man at the desk stood up, his face contorting into a mask of pure, crystalline rage. Stop, you're breaking the mechanism. You'll destroy everything. Good, I said. The third note came. It wasn't a sound Sarah made. It was a sound we made together. It was the sound of a door being kicked open. The world exploded into white. I wasn't in a car. I wasn't in a tower. I wasn't in a store. I was lying on my back in the middle of the trail, halfway up the mountain. The sun was high in the sky. The air was hot and dry, smelling of dust and baking stone. My heart was racing, but it was a normal, healthy rhythm. I looked at my hands. They were dirty, scratched by thorns and rocks, but they were my hands. No gray, no stone. I sat up, gasping for air. My backpack was lying a few feet away. My water bottle had leaked, creating a small, dark patch in the dirt. I looked down at the ground. There, right next to my boot, was a single footprint. It was old, it was dry. It was filled with the tiny, parched seeds of a desert wildflower. I stood up, my legs shaking. I didn't look back at the summit. I didn't look for the hardware store. I began to walk down the trail, every step a deliberate act of defiance against the gravity of the place. I reached the trailhead an hour later. My car was there, sitting in the small gravel lot. It looked older than I remembered, the paint faded by the sun. I got inside. The heat was stifling. I rolled down the windows and let the real wind blow through the cabin. I reached into my pocket for my phone. It was there. It was dead. I plugged it into the charger and waited. The screen flickered to life. One new message from Sarah. Hey, I'm just leaving Phoenix. Traffic is a nightmare. I should be home by 6. Can you pick up some marigold seeds on your way? I want to start the garden tomorrow. I stared at the screen. My hands were trembling so hard I almost dropped the phone. I looked at the dashboard clock. 4:15 p.m. The colon was blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, three. I put the car in gear and backed out of the space. I drove away from the mountain, toward the town, toward the life that was waiting to be written. I passed the hardware store on the way. The parking lot was empty. The sign on the door said closed for renovations. I didn't stop. I kept driving. But as I reached the highway, I glanced at the passenger seat. There, resting on the fabric, was a single, tiny brass gear. It wasn't turning, it wasn't glowing. But when I reached over to throw it out the window, I stopped. I picked it up and held it to my ear. Faintly, from somewhere deep inside the metal, I could hear the sound of a shovel hitting the earth. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. I didn't throw it away. I put it in the glove box and locked it. I had to get home. I had to meet Sarah. I had to buy the seeds. But as I drove, I realized I wasn't whistling. I was listening. Because somewhere behind me, the mountain was still breathing, and I knew, with a cold, certain weight in my chest, that the inventory wasn't finished. The footprints had matched, but tomorrow was still a long way off. The engine of the old truck hummed, a comforting, mechanical vibration that felt grounded compared to the crystalline resonance of the mountain. I kept my eyes fixed on the white lines of the highway, watching them strobe past like the teeth of a different kind of gear, one that belonged to a world governed by friction and fuel rather than memory and debt. The desert landscape was bleeding from gold into a bruised purple as the sun dipped behind the jagged horizon, and for the first time in what felt like several lifetimes, the shadows were just shadows. They didn't reach for the tires. They didn't whisper names. I pulled into the driveway of our small stucco house at 5:48 p.m. The porch light was already on, casting a warm, yellow pool onto the cracked concrete. It was a sight so mundane it made my throat ache. I sat in the cab for a moment, my hand hovering over the glove box where the brass gear lay in the dark. I could still feel the phantom weight of the orange apron against my chest, the scratchy phantom of a life I had nearly signed away. "It's just a hike," I whispered to the rearview mirror. My reflection looked back, haggard, dust-streaked, but the eyes were mine again. The gray sheen was gone, replaced by the weary, bloodshot reality of a man who had spent too much time in the sun. I stepped out of the truck, my boots crunching on the gravel. The sound was sharp and definitive. I walked to the front door, fumbling with my keys. My fingers felt clumsy, unpracticed at the art of being home. When the lock clicked and the door swung open, the smell hit me. Lavender floor cleaner and the faint, lingering scent of the toast Sarah had made that morning. It was the smell of a Saturday that had successfully transitioned into a Saturday evening. I went straight to the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, scrubbing at the red dust that seemed etched into my pores. As I patted my face dry with a dish towel, I noticed the grocery list on the refrigerator, held up by a magnet shaped like a cactus. Marigold seeds. She had written it in her looped, hurried script. Below it, she had drawn a tiny, smiley face. I touched the paper, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hadn't bought them. I had been in the store, or the version of the store that existed in the mountain's throat, and I had come away with nothing but broken glass and a piece of twine. The sound of a car pulling into the driveway made me jump. I stood frozen in the middle of the kitchen, the towel still clutched in my hand. Through the window, I saw the headlights of Sarah's sedan sweep across the fence. The engine cut out. A door slammed. I moved to the front door, my breath hitching. I wanted to run to her, to tackle her into the grass and weep, but a cold, rational sliver of fear held me back. Which Sarah was this? Was this the one with the limestone fingers, the one whose eyes reflected the turning of the world? The door opened. Sarah stepped inside, balancing a paper bag of groceries on her hip and dangling her keys from her pinky finger. She looked exhausted, her hair wind-blown from the drive, a smudge of newsprint on her forehead. "Hey," she said, kicking the door shut with her heel. "You're home early. How was the trail? Did you make it to the needle?" I couldn't speak. I just stared at her, tracing the rise and fall of her chest, the way her pulse thrummed in the hollow of her throat. She was solid. She was warm. She was messy. "Elias?" she asked, setting the bag down on the entry table. Her expression shifted from casual to concerned. "You look like you saw a ghost, or fell off a cliff. Are you okay?" I crossed the room in 2 strides and pulled her into me. I buried my face in her neck, breathing in the scent of her shampoo and the stale air of a long car ride. She stiffened in surprise, then softened, her arms wrapping around my waist. "Whoa," she laughed softly, though there was a tremor of worry in her voice. "I missed you too, but it was only a day trip." "I got lost," I managed to say, my voice muffled against her skin. "The trail, it got confusing." She pulled back just enough to look at me, her hands resting on my shoulders. Her eyes were brown, flecked with gold and entirely human. "You're shaking, Elias. Come on, sit down. I'll make some tea. Did you get dehydrated?" She led me to the sofa, the same sagging corduroy couch we'd bought at a yard sale 3 years ago. I sat, feeling the springs give way beneath me. It was the most beautiful sensation I had ever felt. I watched her move into the kitchen, heard the whistle of the kettle, the clink of ceramic mugs. It was a symphony of the ordinary. I didn't get the seeds, I called out, my voice sounding steadier. "The hardware store. It was closed." "Oh, that's okay," she said, appearing in the doorway with 2 steaming mugs. "Old man Greg probably closed up early to go fishing. He's been talking about the trout run for weeks. We can go tomorrow after breakfast." The mention of Greg sent a chill down my spine. I took the mug from her, the heat seeping into my palms. I thought of the man on the ladder in the shard of glass, the one who said the clock in the break room was running backward. "Sarah," I said, looking down into the dark amber liquid, "did you ever feel like the mountain was watching you, like it was trying to remember you?" She sat down beside me, tucking her legs under her. She looked at me for a long time, her head tilted to the side. "The superstitions are weird, Elias. Everyone knows that. My grandmother used to say they weren't rocks at all, just the bones of an old god who forgot how to die. Why? Did something happen out there?" I looked at the twine tied around my wrist. It was frayed and dirty, a pathetic little scrap of string. "I saw a version of us," I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. "In a place that looked like the hardware store, but it went on forever. You were wearing an orange apron. You were planting things in red dirt." Sarah didn't laugh. She didn't call me crazy. She just reached out and took my hand, her thumb tracing the line of the twine. "Maybe you had a sunstroke, honey. Or maybe you just saw what happens when we stop paying attention. My mom used to say that if you don't keep your own memories, the desert will come in and provide new ones for you. And the desert isn't very creative." We sat in silence for a long time, watching the moon rise through the window. It was a sliver of white, like a fingernail clipping. For a moment, I imagined it as a tooth on a much larger gear, hidden behind the velvet curtain of the night sky. I pushed the thought away. That night I didn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the woman beside me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the glowing mud spreading across the floor mat of the truck. I saw the Hikerelias, the one who was still trapped in the car at 6:42 p.m., waiting for a Sunday that would never arrive. I realized then that I hadn't just escaped a place, I had escaped a loop. But the loop was still there, spinning in the dark, hungry for more duration, more nows to grind into thens. Around 3:00 a.m., I got out of bed and walked quietly to the living room. I picked up my hiking boots from the rug. They were still caked with the red dust of the mountain. I took them to the back porch and began to scrape them clean with a stiff brush. I worked with a frantic intensity, making sure every grain of that foreign soil was purged from the leather. As I worked, I looked toward the silhouette of the mountain in the distance. It looked different at night, less like a landform and more like a void, a hole cut out of the stars. I went back inside and headed for the kitchen. I needed to see the ledger, not the one of translucent metal, but our ledger. I found the junk drawer and pulled out the stack of mail, the utility bills, the grocery receipts. I looked at the dates. They were all sequential. They followed the rules. I reached for the car keys on the hook. I needed to check the truck. I walked out to the driveway in my socks. The air was chilly now, the desert losing its heat to the infinite vacuum above. I opened the truck door. The interior smelled of old coffee and upholstery. No ozone, no mud. I sat in the driver's seat and looked at the clock. 3:14 a.m. The colon was blinking. I reached for the glove box and pressed the latch. It clicked open. The brass gear was gone. In its place was a small, crumpled paper packet. I picked it up, my heart hammering. It was heavy, much heavier than a packet of seeds should be. I carefully unfolded the top. Inside were marigold seeds, but they weren't the dark, shriveled husks you buy at a nursery. They were bright, polished gold, each one the size of a grain of rice. And as I held them in the palm of my hand, they began to vibrate. It was a low, subsonic hum that I felt in my teeth. I looked up at the mountain. A single light flickered near the summit. It wasn't a campfire. It was a steady, rhythmic pulse. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. The inventory wasn't finished. I hadn't escaped the mountain. I had been promoted. I looked back at the house, at the window of the bedroom where Sarah lay sleeping. I thought about the 3 notes we had sung together, the sound that had shattered the warehouse. I realized now that the notes hadn't broken the mechanism. They had merely recalibrated it. The mountain didn't want my soul. It didn't want my memories. It wanted a gardener. I looked at the gold seeds in my hand. If I planted these, the perimeter would hold. The desert wouldn't come inside. Sarah would stay Sarah. The Saturday would stay Saturday. But the price was the gear. The price was the silence. I closed my hand over the seeds, feeling their warmth. I looked at the closed for renovations sign in my mind. The mountain was a business, and I had just accepted the position. I walked to the small flower bed under the kitchen window. The soil was dry and neglected. I knelt down, my knees sinking into the soft earth. With my fingers, I dug a small trench, exactly 3 inches deep. One for the yesterday, I whispered, dropping a gold seed into the dark. One for the today, I dropped the second. And one for the tomorrow that hasn't been manufactured yet. I covered the seeds with dirt and patted it flat. As I stood up, I felt a sharp pain in my wrist. I looked down. The twine had tightened, turning into a thin silver wire that glowed with a faint, bioluminescent light. It wasn't a reminder anymore. It was a tether. I looked back at the mountain. The light at the summit went out. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of sage and something metallic, something like the smell of a hardware store just before the lights go out. I walked back into the house and locked the door. I went back to bed and crawled under the covers, pressing my back against Sarah's warmth. She stirred in her sleep, murmuring something about the rain. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in my life, I heard the clock in the hallway start to tick backward. I didn't panic, I didn't scream. I just waited for the sun to rise so I could go to the store and buy the rest of the supplies. There was a lot of work to do. The aisles were long, the shelves were infinite, and the customers were already beginning to arrive, their footprints matching the dust of 1,000 years yet to come. The sun began to bleed over the horizon, a sharp orange light that looked exactly like a brand new apron. I woke up. Sarah called from the kitchen. The coffee's ready. And don't forget, we have to go to the hardware store. Greg said he'd save us the good mulch. I sat up and looked at my wrist. The silver wire was gone. There was only a faint, circular scar, like the mark left by a watch. I walked into the kitchen. The sun was hitting the table, exactly where it had been in my memory. The smell of burnt toast filled the air. "I'm ready," I said. I looked out the window at the flower bed. A tiny, golden sprout was already pushing through the soil, its leaves unfolding like the teeth of a tiny, delicate gear. I smiled. It was a jagged, terrible expression. "Let's go," I said. "I have a feeling it's going to be a very busy Sunday." The drive to the hardware store felt like navigating a map drawn in disappearing ink. The familiar landmarks of our town, the rusted water tower, the flickering neon of the taco stand, the sprawling arms of the ancient mesquite trees, seemed to shimmer at the edges, as if they were being projected onto a screen that was slightly too thin. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, humming a tune I didn't recognize, a low, melodic vibration that seemed to harmonize with the hum of the tires on the asphalt. I kept my hands at 10 and 2, my grip so tight my knuckles were the color of bleached bone. Every time I glanced at the side mirror, I expected to see the mountain looming directly behind the tailgate, its crags transformed into the jagged teeth of a saw. But there was only the shimmering heat haze and the long, empty stretch of Highway 60. "You're awfully quiet," Sarah said, reaching over to rest her hand on my thigh. Her touch was warm, pulsing with a rhythmic life that made the phantom silver wire on my wrist ache, still thinking about that dream, the one with the infinite aisles. "Just a bit of a hangover from the hike," I lied, the words tasting like copper. "The sun plays tricks on you out there. You start seeing patterns in the grit." "Well, Greg's will ground you," she laughed. "Nothing spectral about a man who spends 40 minutes explaining the difference between grade A and grade B peat moss." We pulled into the gravel lot of the hardware store. The sign no longer said closed for renovations. It was the old, peeling wooden sign I had known my entire life. Greg's Supply and Seed. If we don't have it, you don't need it. The bell above the door chimed, a bright, brassy sound that felt like a physical strike against my eardrums. The air inside was cool and smelled of cedar shavings, motor oil, and damp earth. It was a sensory anchor, a weight that should have pulled me back into the now. But as I stepped onto the worn linoleum, I felt the floor give slightly, a subtle elasticity that reminded me of the moss-covered stone near the summit. Greg was behind the counter, his spectacles perched on the tip of a nose that looked like a map of broken capillaries. He didn't look up from his ledger, a heavy, leather-bound book that looked older than the building itself. Morning, Greg grunted, his pen scratching against the paper. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. The sound sent a jolt of electricity down my spine. I looked at the pen. It was a simple ballpoint, but the rhythm was unmistakable. It was the sound of the shovel. It was the sound of the mountain breathing. Morning, Greg, Sarah said brightly, leaning against the counter. Elias had a bit of a scare on the trail yesterday, so we're looking for something hardy. Did those marigold starts come in? Greg finally looked up. His eyes were a pale, watery blue, the color of a winter sky just before a storm. He looked at Sarah, then his gaze shifted to me. It lingered on my wrist, on the faint, circular scar that Sarah couldn't see. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face, revealing teeth that looked like polished river stones. Hardy, Greg said, his voice a dry rustle. I reckon I've got just the thing. But the marigolds, well, they require a specific kind of soil. You can't just throw them in the dirt and expect them to clock in on time. Clock in, Sarah asked, a small frown creasing her brow. You mean bloom. Bloom, work, endure. It's all the same in the long run, Greg said. He reached under the counter and pulled out a heavy bag of mulch. It was unmarked, the plastic thick and opaque. Take this, on the house. Consider it a welcoming gift for the new neighbor. We've lived here 5 years, Greg, Sarah teased, reaching for the bag. Have you, Greg asked, his eyes never leaving mine. Time's a tricky bit of inventory, Miss Sarah. Sometimes you think you've got a full shelf, and you find out the back of the box is empty. I stepped forward and took the bag before Sarah could touch it. It was unnaturally heavy, as if it were filled with lead shot rather than decayed wood. As my fingers brushed the plastic, I felt a faint vibration, the same subsonic hum I'd felt from the gold seeds in the driveway. Thanks, Greg, I said, my voice tight. We'll be going now. Don't forget the twine, Elias, Greg called out as we turned to leave. Aide mémoire, right, to keep the rows straight. I didn't answer. I hurried Sarah out of the store, the bell chiming behind us like a funeral knell. The sunlight outside felt too bright, too clinical, stripping the color from the world until everything looked like an overexposed photograph. We spent the afternoon in the garden. Or rather, Sarah spent the afternoon in the garden. I stood on the periphery, the heavy bag of Greg's mulch at my feet. I watched her dig, her movements fluid and graceful. She was talking about the summer, about the tomatoes she wanted to plant, about a trip to the coast in July. She was building a future out of words, weaving a tapestry of nexts and thens. But every time I looked at the ground, I saw the golden sprout. It had grown 3 inches since breakfast. Its leaves were no longer green. They were a shimmering, metallic bronze, and they moved with a mechanical precision, tracking the sun like a radar dish. Elias, are you going to help or just haunt the porch? Sarah asked, wiping sweat from her brow with the back of a gloved hand. Well, I'm coming, I said. I opened the bag of mulch. It wasn't wood. It was a dark, shimmering substance that looked like ground obsidian mixed with iron filings. When I poured it into the trench Sarah had dug, it didn't settle like dirt. It flowed, seeking out the cracks in the earth, filling them with a hungry, liquid intent. As I spread the black grit, my fingers brushed against the golden sprout. A sharp, stinging sensation flared in my hand. I pulled back, looking at my palm. A tiny, perfect drop of blood welled up, but it wasn't red. It was a deep, bruised purple, the color of the mountain at twilight. I wiped it on my jeans, my heart thudding in a frantic, irregular rhythm. Thud, thud, rasp, thud, thud. Look, Sarah whispered, pointing to the flower bed. I looked, the golden seeds I had planted in the middle of the night were no longer just sprouts. They were growing visibly, their stems thickening into braided cables of brass and copper. Small, intricate buds were forming, shaped like the internal components of a watch. "They're beautiful," Sarah said, her voice sounding hollow, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. "I've never seen anything like them. What did you say they were?" "Marigolds," I said, the word feeling like a stone in my mouth. "Just marigolds." She reached out to touch one of the buds. "Don't," I snapped, grabbing her wrist. She flinched, her eyes wide with shock. "Elias, you're hurting me." I let go immediately, horror dawning on me, but as I looked at her wrist, I saw it. A faint, silver line circling her skin like a bracelet. It was identical to the tether I had seen on my own arm. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice trembling, "your wrist. Do you feel that?" She looked down, rubbing the spot where I'd gripped her. "Feel what? You just squeezed too hard. Honestly, Elias, you're acting so strange. Maybe you should go lie down." She didn't see it. The mountain had already begun to edit her vision, to scrub the anomalies from her reality so the work could continue uninterrupted. She was the consumer. I was the clerk. And the clerk's job was to ensure the consumer never saw the gears behind the curtain. I backed away from the garden, my boots heavy as if they were made of stone. I walked to the truck, my movements stiff and jerky. I needed to see the glove box. I needed to know if the gear had truly disappeared or if it had just changed form. I climbed into the cab and slammed the door, the sound echoing through the quiet neighborhood. I pulled the latch. The glove box was empty. No gear, no seeds. But as I started to close it, I noticed a small, yellow slip of paper tucked into the hinge. I pulled it out. It was a carbon copy receipt. Department 402, Temporal Maintenance. Item 3X Progenitor Seeds, Gold. Status planted. Balance due 1 lifetime, transferable. The handwriting was my own. I stared at the paper until the letters began to swim and merge. A lifetime, transferable. The mountain didn't just want me, it wanted the lineage. It wanted the garden to grow until the house was swallowed, until the street was just another aisle, until the entire town was a subsidiary of the summit. I looked out the windshield. Sarah was still in the garden, but she wasn't digging anymore. She was standing perfectly still, her head tilted toward the mountain. Her shadow, cast by the afternoon sun, was long and distorted. It didn't look like a woman. It looked like a tall, narrow shelf, stacked with invisible boxes. I looked at the dashboard clock. 4:15 p.m. The colon stopped blinking. The silence that followed was absolute. No birds, no wind, no distant hum of traffic. The world had paused, holding its breath for the next tick of a clock that didn't belong to the sun. I got out of the truck. My legs felt stronger now, the fatigue replaced by a cold, mechanical energy. I walked back to the garden. The golden flowers had bloomed. They weren't petals, they were concentric rings of interlocking gears, spinning silently in the stagnant air. They didn't smell like flowers, they smelled of heated metal and ancient dust. And as they turned, they produced a sound, a faint, rhythmic clicking that matched the beating of my heart. Sarah turned to look at me. Her eyes were no longer brown. They were the color of polished brass, reflecting the garden, the house, and the mountain behind me. "It's time to start the inventory, Elias," she said. Her voice was a perfect, synthesized harmony of 1,000 voices I had heard in the warehouse. The Sunday is almost finished. We need to prepare for the Monday. There is no Monday, I said, though I knew it was a lie. There's only the store. Exactly, she smiled. She reached into the pocket of her gardening apron, an apron that was now, unmistakably, a vibrant, terrifying orange, and pulled out a roll of twine. She handed it to me. The rows need to be straight, she said. The footprints have to match. I took the twine. It felt warm, like a living thing. I looked toward the house. The stucco was beginning to peel away, revealing shelves of gray stone beneath. The windows were frosting over, turning into clouded mirrors that showed only the infinite reflections of the interior. I looked at the mountain. It was closer now. It had moved while I wasn't looking, its base now resting just past our backyard fence. The trailhead wasn't a mile away anymore. It started at the edge of my porch. I knelt in the dirt, the black mulch staining my knees. I tied the end of the twine to a stake and began to walk toward the fence, unrolling the string. Thud, rasp, thud, rasp. The sound was coming from the ground beneath me. It was the sound of the world being restructured, of the real being traded for the durable. I looked back at Sarah. She was gone. In her place stood a tall, slender figure in an orange apron, its face a smooth, featureless surface of polished limestone. It was holding a clipboard, its pen poised over the page. Name, the figure asked. I looked at my hands. They were turning gray, the skin hardening into a fine, granular texture. I felt the weight of the memories sliding away, falling off me like dry leaves. I tried to remember the smell of lavender, the taste of toast, the sound of Sarah's laugh. But all I could hear was the ticking. Elias, I said, my voice a dry rattle. Position. I looked at the golden gears spinning in the garden, at the mountain that was now my roof, at the infinite aisles of the desert that were waiting for me to walk them. Gardener, I said, I'm the gardener. The figure nodded and made a mark on the clipboard. I turned and continued to walk, laying the twine in a perfectly straight line toward the horizon. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My neck was already starting to lock into place, a series of clicks and ratchets ensuring I only looked where the inventory required. As the sun, the great burning gear in the sky, began its final descent, I saw a single footprint in the dust ahead of me. It was fresh, it was deep, it was exactly the size of my boot. I stepped into it. It fit perfectly. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small brass gear. I held it to my ear and listened. From deep inside the metal, I heard a man's voice, faint and distorted by 1,000 miles of stone. I have to get home, the voice whispered. I have to meet Sarah. I felt a momentary flicker of something, a phantom pain in a heart that was rapidly turning to quartz. But the gear turned, the teeth clicked, and the feeling was filed away under discontinued items. I kept walking. The mountain breathed, and I breathed with it. The footprints matched, and tomorrow was finally, mercifully, exactly the same as today. The twine felt like an extension of my own nervous system as it unspooled, a golden white nerve ending stretching across the transforming landscape. Every few paces, I hammered a stake into the shifting grit, the sound of the mallet striking wood echoing with a hollow, metallic resonance that suggested the earth beneath was no longer soil and stone, but a vast, vaulted chamber of empty lockers. The sky had shifted from the bruised purple of twilight into a static, flickering gray, the color of a television screen tuned to a dead channel. There were no stars, only the faint, distant glow of exit signs hanging suspended in the upper atmosphere. I reached the perimeter of what used to be the backyard. The fence was gone, replaced by a row of tall, industrial shelving units that stretched upward until they vanished into the haze. They were stocked with identical cardboard boxes, each one labeled with a date and a coordinate. I didn't need to read them to know what they contained. I could feel the weight of the hours trapped inside, the compressed size of 1,000 Sunday afternoons, the discarded echoes of conversations that had never been finished. The figure in the orange apron followed me, its footsteps making no sound on the obsidian mulch. It didn't speak, but its presence was a constant pressure against the back of my neck, a silent supervisor ensuring that the rows were straight and the tension on the twine was absolute. I looked down at my hands again. The gray petrification had reached my elbows. My skin was now a matte, industrial finish, cold to the touch and impervious to the wind that now smelled exclusively of ozone and old paper. I knelt to tie off the line at the base of the first shelf. As I did, I saw a movement in the shadows between the boxes. A small, pale shape darted across the aisle. For a heartbeat, my vision cleared, the mechanical overlay of the store flickering like a faulty bulb. I saw a child, a young boy with messy hair and a grass-stained t-shirt, clutching a wooden airplane. He looked at me with eyes that were wide and wet, a stark contrast to the brass reflections that had consumed Sarah's gaze. "Elias," the boy whispered. The name hit me like a physical blow, a momentary fracture in the quartz that was replacing my heart. I knew that voice. It was the sound of a summer morning 20 years ago, the smell of cut grass and the feeling of a scraped knee. It was a piece of inventory that shouldn't have been out of its box. The figure in the orange apron stepped forward, the clipboard clicking as it adjusted its grip. The boy shivered and shrank back into the darkness of the shelving. "Discrepancy detected," the figure said, its voice a grating harmonic of several different intercom systems. "Item 1994B is unallocated. Please return the unit to the appropriate bin." "He's not a unit," I rasped, the words grinding like gears in my throat. He's me." "Correct," the supervisor replied, the blank limestone of its face tilting toward the shadows. "A redundant prototype. The current model is more efficient. The gardener does not require a wooden airplane. The gardener requires the twine." I looked from the supervisor to the boy. The child was fading, his edges becoming translucent, merging with the gray cardboard of the boxes behind him. He reached out a hand, but instead of fingers, I saw the fine, delicate teeth of a gear beginning to manifest at his fingertips. The store was reclaiming the memory, breaking it down into raw materials to fuel the expansion of the aisles. A surge of something ancient and irrational, something that didn't fit on a spreadsheet, flared in my chest. I dropped the twine and lunged toward the shelf, reaching for the boy's hand. But as my gray, stony fingers brushed his, there was no warmth. There was only the vibration of a ticking clock. The boy vanished, leaving behind only the wooden airplane, which clattered to the floor and instantly transformed into a heavy, rusted wrench. "The inventory must be balanced," the supervisor stated, making a quick notation on the clipboard. "Loss is merely a relocation of assets." I picked up the wrench. It was heavy, the metal cold and unforgiving. I felt the urge to swing it, to smash the shelving, to tear down the orange signs and find the door that led back to the sun. But as I looked around, I realized there was no outside left. The house was a memory of a shape, a decorative facade at the end of a long hallway. The mountain was the ceiling. The horizon was just the furthest point of the next aisle. I turned back to the garden. The golden gear flowers were spinning faster now, their collective hum rising into a high-pitched whine that vibrated in my teeth. They were processing the light, what little was left of it, and turning it into the black, liquid mulch that continued to seep from the ground. I saw Sarah, or the entity that occupied her space, standing among them. She was no longer pretending to garden. She was sorting the petals as they fell, placing the brass gears into small velvet-lined cases. "It's almost time for the shift change, Elias," she said, her voice smooth and devoid of the rasp that now defined mine. "The customers are waiting at the gate. They have so many requirements. They need the footprints to lead them to the right sections." "Who are they?" I asked, leaning on the wrench like a staff. "Who comes to a store that sells nothing but the past?" "They are the ones who forgot to plant their seeds," she replied, her brass eyes shimmering with a terrifying clarity. "They are the ones who let their clocks run forward until there was nothing left but the end. They come here to buy back the minutes, but the price is always the same." She held up one of the velvet cases. Inside, a single minute was captured, a tiny, shimmering sapphire that pulsed with the light of a Tuesday morning in October. It was beautiful, and it was utterly dead. "We provide the maintenance," she continued. "We keep the aisles clean. We ensure the footprints match the tomorrow they want to return to. It's a noble profession, Elias. Stability is the only true currency." I looked at my wrist. The silver scar was glowing now, a bright neon white that carved through the gray stone of my skin. It wasn't a tether anymore, it was a circuit. I could feel the energy of the store flowing through me, a constant stream of data, prices, and stock levels. I knew exactly how many nails were in bin 42. I knew the weight of the dust on the highest shelf. I knew the exact moment the sun would have set if the sun still existed. I felt a strange, hollow peace. The struggle was exhausting, a friction that generated nothing but heat and pain. To simply be a part of the mechanism, to click and turn in perfect synchronization with the mountain, seemed infinitely easier than trying to remember the taste of coffee or the warmth of a hand. I walked back to the twine, my movements now perfectly fluid, every step measured to the millimeter. I picked up the roll and continued the line. I didn't look at the supervisor. I didn't look for the boy. I focused on the straightness of the row, the mathematical perfection of the grid I was creating. The bell above the distant, invisible door chimed again. This time, it wasn't a single strike, but a rhythmic tolling. "The customers have arrived." I heard the sound of footsteps, thousands of them. They were heavy, dragging, and hesitant. I heard the rustle of clothing, the murmur of tired voices, the sound of people searching for something they couldn't quite name. They began to spill into the aisles, their shadows long and flickering under the overhead lights. They wore the clothes of 100 different eras, frocks, suits, denim, silks, but they all had the same expression, a hollow, searching hunger. They wandered the aisles, touching the boxes, whispering to the shelves. They were looking for the footprints. I stood at the end of my row, the wrench hanging at my side, the twine taut and true. One of the customers approached me. It was an old woman, her face a map of grief, her hands trembling as she reached for the orange fabric of my sleeve. "I'm looking for the 14th of July, she whispered, her voice like dry leaves. "The year the roses bloomed twice. I think I left it near the hardware store." I looked at her, and for a second, I saw her not as a customer, but as a person. But then the circuit in my wrist flared. The data scrolled across my vision. Item July 14th variant, double bloom. Location, aisle 804, shelf C, box 12. Status, reserved. Aisle 804, I said, my voice a perfect, helpful chime. Turn left at the mountain. If we don't have it, you don't need it. She thanked me, her eyes wet with a relief that made my quartz heart ache for a fraction of a second before the feeling was suppressed. She moved away, her feet finding the twine I had laid, her steps falling exactly into the depressions I had left in the black mulch. She was matching my footprints. She was walking into the tomorrow I had prepared for her, a tomorrow that was just a refurbished yesterday. I looked at the supervisor. It nodded, a slow, mechanical gesture of approval. The work continues, it said. The work continues, I repeated. I turned and looked at the next empty space, the next row that needed to be defined. I felt the mountain settle deeper into the earth, its weight a comfort now, a solid foundation for the infinite store. Sarah was beside me again, handing me a fresh bag of the black, shimmering mulch. We're going to be very busy, she said, her voice a melody of clicking gears. I smiled. It was no longer a jagged, terrible expression. It was a smooth, fixed curve of polished stone, a permanent mask of customer service. I knelt in the dirt and began to dig. The golden flowers watched me, their gears turning in silent, perfect time. The clock in the hallway, the one that had started this all, was no longer ticking backward or forward. It had stopped entirely, its hands fused into a single vertical line. There was no time here. There was only the inventory. I reached into the bag and pulled out a handful of the black grit. As it poured through my stony fingers, I saw a single, tiny spark, a fleck of gold that didn't belong. It was a seed, but not like the others. It was small, irregular, and it pulsed with a faint, stubborn warmth. I looked at it for a long time. The supervisor took a step toward me. Sarah paused in her sorting. The mountain seemed to lean in, the air growing heavy with the scent of ozone. I knew what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to crush it. I was supposed to file it under waste and return to the row. But instead, I closed my hand around it. I felt the warmth against my palm, a tiny, defiant heartbeat in a world of clockwork. I didn't plant it. I didn't throw it away. I simply tucked it into the pocket of my orange apron, beneath the receipt that claimed my life was transferable. Everything in order, gardener, the supervisor asked, its voice vibrating through the floor. I looked up, my limestone face reflecting the gray light of the infinite ceiling. Everything is in order, I said. I picked up the mallet and the next stake. I moved to the next coordinate. I followed the footprints that were already there, waiting for me to step into them. But as I walked, I felt the small, warm weight in my pocket, a tiny, golden glitch in the perfect machinery of the tomorrow. The aisles were long, the shelves were infinite, and the work was just beginning. Would you like the summary of the next segment, part 15? The woman seeking the 14th of July disappeared into the labyrinth of aisle 804, her silhouette swallowed by the towering architecture of the shelves. I watched her go, or rather, the optical sensors that had replaced my eyes recorded her departure and logged the trajectory of her gait. My internal processors calculated the efficiency of her route. She was moving at a clip of 3 feet per second. At that rate, she would reach her nostalgia in approximately 4 minutes. She would find the box, she would open it, and she would never come out again. The supervisor tapped its stylus against the limestone of its chin. The sound was like a pebble hitting a tombstone. Efficiency is rising, Elias. The mulch is taking well to the graft. Look at the gears. I looked. The golden sunflowers were no longer merely spinning. They were expanding, their petals unfolding into complex, serrated mandibles that filtered the gray air, stripping the last vestiges of oxygen and replacing it with a thick, sweet vapor that smelled of pressurized hydraulic fluid. The mountain, the store's central processing unit, gave a low, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through the soles of my boots. It was a heartbeat, but one made of iron and oil. The soil is ready for the next shipment, Sarah said. She was standing near the pump house, which had once been our tool shed. Now it was a pulsating knot of copper pipes and glass tubes, circulating a luminous orange fluid that matched her apron. She held a hose, the nozzle dripping with the thick, glowing ichor. We need to irrigate the memories before they turn brittle. Brittle memories lead to breakage. Breakage leads to audits. I'll start the northern quadrant, I said. My voice was no longer my own. It was a synthesized harmony, a broadcast layered over the sound of a distant, rushing wind. I turned away from her, my legs moving with the hydraulic hiss of pistons. Every step was a calculation of force and friction. I reached the edge of the twine I had laid, the border between the garden and the encroaching aisles. Here, the transition was still messy. Bits of the old world protruded from the gray stone like compound fractures. A piece of a garden hose, a rusted trowel, a fragment of a ceramic gnome's hat. As I knelt to clear the debris, my fingers, granulated slate gray and cold, brushed against the pocket of my apron. The small, irregular seed I had hidden there pulsed. It was a tiny, localized heat, a fever blister on the surface of my new, sterile reality. It felt like a needle pricking a numbed limb. It hurt, and because it hurt, it was the only thing that felt real. The supervisor was watching from the shadow of a shelf labeled Unfulfilled Longing, 1980-1995. I could feel the weight of its featureless gaze. It was waiting for a hitch in my rhythm, a stutter in the gears. I began to dig, my hands acting as shovels, flinging the black mulch aside. But instead of the gray stone I expected, my fingers struck something soft. I pulled it out. It was a photograph, half dissolved by the acidic soil of the store. It showed a man and a woman standing in front of a house, this house, before the stucco had turned to shelf space. They were laughing. The man had a smudge of dirt on his nose. The woman was holding a glass of lemonade. I stared at it. The data stream in my mind tried to categorize it. Items visual record, condition degraded, value null. But the seed in my pocket surged with heat, and for a terrifying second, the gray overlay of the store peeled back. I saw the sky again, not the flickering static of the ceiling, but a deep, aching blue. I smelled the lemonade. I felt the sun on my neck. The woman in the photo wasn't an entity in an orange apron. She was Sarah, and she loved me. The supervisor moved. It didn't walk. It glided, the air around it warping as if the store itself were folding to bring the figure closer. Debris, the supervisor said, its voice a cold, mechanical rasp. It interferes with the irrigation. Hand it over. I looked at the photo. I looked at my gray, stony thumbs. I could feel the logic of the store pressing in on me, a crushing atmospheric weight that demanded I surrender the anomaly. The store did not tolerate duplicates. It did not tolerate ghosts. It's just paper, I said, the words grinding like stones in a mill. It is a memory out of sequence, the supervisor corrected. It belongs in aisle 12, section 4, bin 9. You are not authorized to possess uncatalogued assets. It reached out a long, spindly hand. The fingers were tipped with small, spinning drills. I felt a sudden, violent impulse, a ghost of a reflex from a body that no longer existed. I didn't hand it over. I crumpled the photo into a ball and shoved it into my mouth. The taste was horrific, bitter ink, rotting pulp, and the metallic tang of the store's soil. I swallowed hard, the paper scratching against the quartz lining of my throat. I felt it go down, a lump of real settling in a belly of durable. The supervisor froze. The drills on its fingertips slowed to a halt. For a long moment, the only sound was the ticking of the sunflowers and the distant, low roar of the customers wandering the aisles. Internalization, the supervisor finally said, its voice tilting into a curious frequency, an unusual method of filing. However, the asset is now accounted for. Proceed with the irrigation. It turned and glided away, its clipboard scratching as it made a new notation. I leaned against a shelf, my chest heaving with a breath I didn't technically need. The photo felt like a hot coal in my stomach. It was fighting the digestion of the store, refusing to be broken down into data. I looked at my hands. The gray stone seemed to have receded a fraction of an inch, revealing a sliver of pale, shaking flesh at the cuticles. Lialias. Sarah was standing a few feet away, the hose still dripping the orange fluid. Her brass eyes were fixed on me, but there was a flicker in them, a momentary lapse in the golden shine, like a reflection in a disturbed pond. "The rose," she whispered, her voice cracking for the first time. Are they still straight?" I looked at the twine I had laid. It was perfectly straight. It was a masterpiece of geometry. It was a funeral shroud for the horizon. "Yes," I said, "they're straight." "Good," she said, but her hand was trembling on the nozzle. "Because if they aren't, we'll lose our place. And if we lose our place, the Sunday will never end." "The Sunday is already over, Sarah," I said, stepping toward her. The mulch crunched under my boots, thud, rasp, thud, rasp. "The Monday isn't coming, there's only the store." She looked up at the flickering gray ceiling, at the mountain that had become our roof. "I remember a bird," she said softly. "It was red. It sat on the fence and sang a song that didn't have any gears in it. Do we sell those? Can I find it in one of the boxes?" "No," I said, and the word felt like a crack in a dam. "We don't sell the song. We only sell the box the bird died in." She flinched, the orange fluid splashing onto the black mulch. Where it hit, the ground hissed and began to bubble, forming small, translucent blisters that looked like eyes. "I don't like the boxes, Elias," she whispered. "There's so much dust in them." I reached out and took her hand. Her skin was harder now, the texture of a fine porcelain vase. I could feel the clockwork ticking in her wrist, a rapid, frantic tempo that matched the spinning of the sunflowers. "Listen to me," I said, leaning close so the supervisor wouldn't hear. "I have something, a seed. It's warm. It's not like the others." The brass in her eyes flared, a warning light. "Elias, stop. The inventory." "Forget the inventory," I hissed, the quartz in my throat sparking. I swallowed the photo. I can still feel it. It's burning. It means we're still in there, under the stone, under the apron. We're still the gardener and his wife. She pulled her hand away, her face hardening back into the smooth, featureless mask of the store's staff. "We have a quota, Elias. The customers are complaining about the glare in aisle 4. They can't see the labels on their regrets." "Zara." "Irrigate the quadrant," she commanded, her voice regaining its synthesized stability. "The footprints must match. Tomorrow must be exactly like today. It is the only way to ensure the durability of the brand." She turned and began to spray the orange fluid over the sunflowers. They hummed in appreciation, their gears turning with renewed vigor, casting long, serrated shadows across the black dirt. I stood alone at the edge of the world. The seed in my pocket was a pulsing coal. The photo in my stomach was a jagged stone. I was a broken machine in a perfect factory, a glitch in a system that had already accounted for my rebellion. I looked toward the trailhead, the one that started at the edge of my porch. It didn't lead to the mountain anymore. It led into the heart of the store, a narrow path between two infinitely tall walls of cardboard boxes. I saw a figure standing at the start of the trail. It wasn't a customer. It was a man in a tattered suit, his skin the color of old parchment, his eyes replaced by two small, glowing vacuum tubes. He was holding a ledger, and he was looking directly at me. Elias Thorne, he called out, his voice a dry whistle. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My jaw was starting to lock, the hinges of my mouth beginning to rust shut. "You're late for your performance review," the man said, stepping onto the porch. "The mountain has questions about your overhead. You've been hoarding sunlight in your marrow, Elias. That's a violation of the lease." He began to walk toward me, and with every step, the house behind him dissolved a little more. The porch turned into a conveyor belt. The front door turned into a security turnstile. The windows shattered into 1,000 barcodes. I looked at Sarah, but she was gone, hidden behind a mist of orange vapor. I looked at the supervisor, but it was busy directing a group of customers toward the lost opportunities section. I was alone with the man in the tattered suit. "The footprints," he said, pointing to the ground. "You haven't been following them, have you? You've been making your own." I looked down. He was right. In my agitation, I had stepped off the twine. My boots had left deep, irregular ruts in the mulch, jagged, messy shapes that didn't fit the grid. They were human footprints. They were ugly. They were beautiful. "The store doesn't like new paths," the man said, opening his ledger. The pages were made of human hair, woven into fine, translucent sheets. New paths lead to exits, and there are no exits in the Sunday. He pulled a pen from behind his ear, a long, sharpened bone that dripped black ink. "I'm afraid we're going to have to reindex you, Elias. We'll start with the memories you've been hiding in your stomach. They're causing a blockage in the central feed." He lunged forward with a speed that defied his frail appearance. I tried to run, but my legs were heavy, the stone having reached my knees. I stumbled, falling into the black mulch. The blisters on the ground popped as I hit them, releasing a cloud of gray dust that smelled of old libraries and funeral flowers. The man stood over me, the ledger open, the bone pen poised. "Name." "Elias," I gasped, the word barely passing through my locking jaw. "Position." I looked at the seed in my pocket. I felt its heat. I felt its defiance. "I'm the one who leaves," I said. The man laughed, a sound like dry glass breaking. "No one leaves the Sunday, Elias. They just become part of the display." He reached down to grab my apron, to pull the seed from my pocket, but as his fingers touched the orange fabric, the seed flared with a blinding, golden light. It wasn't the cold light of the sunflowers or the static glow of the ceiling. It was the light of a sunrise, a real, messy, unpredictable sunrise. The man screamed, his parchment skin blistering, the vacuum tubes in his eyes shattering with a sharp pop. He fell back, his ledger scattering its hair pages into the wind. I scrambled to my feet, the heat from the seed flowing through my limbs, melting the stone, softening the quartz. For a moment, my hands were flesh again. My heart was a muscle, not a gear. I didn't look back, I ran. I didn't follow the twine. I didn't follow the aisles. I ran straight toward the mountain, toward the trailhead that wasn't supposed to exist. Behind me, I heard the sirens of the store, a discordant chorus of 1,000 alarm clocks, all ringing at once. I heard the supervisor's voice booming over the intercom, calling for a lockdown in the gardening department. Amelia's. It was Sarah's voice. I stopped and looked back. She was standing at the edge of the orange mist, her hand reaching out. For a second, the brass in her eyes was gone. She was just Sarah. "Come with me," I shouted. She shook her head, a tear tracking a line through the gray dust on her cheek. "I can't, Elias. I've already been indexed. If I leave the shelf, I'll break." "I'll carry the pieces." But the orange mist thickened, and the supervisor's long, spindly hand settled on her shoulder. The brass returned to her eyes, brighter and harder than before. "The rows must be straight," she said, her voice a perfect hollow chime. "The footprints must match." The supervisor looked at me, its featureless face a void of absolute order. "The asset is escaping. Activate the floor walkers." From the shadows of the infinite aisles they emerged, hundreds of them. Figures in orange aprons, their faces smooth limestone, their hands equipped with scanners and twine. They moved in perfect unison, a wave of gray stone and orange fabric flowing toward me across the black mulch. I turned and sprinted toward the trailhead. The ground was shifting, the dirt trying to turn back into tile, the air trying to thicken into glass. But the seed in my pocket was a torch, carving a path through the store's reality. I reached the start of the trail. The mountain loomed above me, a jagged wall of gray stone that felt more like a fortress than a landscape. I began to climb, my fingers digging into the crevices. These weren't shelves. This was real rock. It was cold, it was sharp, and it bled grit when I clawed at it. As I ascended, the sounds of the store began to fade. The sirens, the intercom, the ticking of the sunflowers, they all merged into a distant, mechanical hum. I looked down. The store stretched out forever, a grid of orange and gray, a vast, roofless warehouse that had consumed the world. I saw the tiny figure of Sarah, still standing in the garden, a small splash of orange in a sea of black mulch. She was laying twine. She was making sure the footprints matched. I climbed higher. The air grew thin and cold. The flickering gray of the ceiling was closer now, a static-filled sky that hissed against the top of the mountain. I could see the pixels in the clouds, the scan lines in the horizon. I reached a ledge and pulled myself up. There, sitting in the middle of the path, was a wooden airplane. It was the one the boy had been holding. It wasn't a wrench anymore. It was wood, scarred, chipped, and smelling of pine. I picked it up, and as I did, I felt a memory click into place. Not a memory of the store, but a memory of the before. I remembered making this. I remembered the smell of the workshop, the sound of the saw, the way the light had filtered through the window on a Saturday morning. A Saturday, a day that came before the Sunday. I held the airplane to my chest and looked up. The peak of the mountain was just a few yards away, but it wasn't a peak, it was a door. A heavy industrial steel door set into the very fabric of the sky. It had no handle, no keyhole, just a small brass plaque that read, "Authorized personnel only. All others will be returned to stock." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the seed. It was glowing so brightly now that it hurt to look at. I pressed it against the cold steel of the door. The metal hissed. The heat of the seed began to bore a hole through the door. the steel melting away like wax. Beyond the hole, I didn't see more aisles. I didn't see the store. I saw a road, a long, winding road that led through a forest of green trees. I saw a sun that wasn't a gear. I saw a Monday. But as I prepared to step through, a hand gripped my ankle. A cold, gray, stony hand. I looked down. It was the supervisor. It had climbed the mountain with a terrifying, silent speed. Its limestone face was inches from mine, its featureless surface reflecting the golden light of the seed. The inventory is not yet balanced. Elias, it whispered, the sound echoing inside my skull. You are carrying a primary asset. You cannot leave with the seed. It is the only thing the store cannot replicate. It is the only thing we need. It pulled on my leg, its strength immense. I felt my grip on the ledge slipping. The wooden airplane tumbled from my hand, falling back toward the infinite aisles below. Let go, I screamed, kicking at the supervisor's head. Return to your row, the supervisor commanded. Return to the Sunday. Tomorrow is waiting for you. It is exactly the same as today. Why would you want anything else? I looked at the hole in the door. I looked at the green trees and the real sun. Then I looked at my own hands. They were turning back to stone. The heat of the seed was fading, its energy spent in melting the door. I had a choice. I could drop the seed and let the supervisor take me back to the garden, back to Sarah, back to a life where nothing ever changed and nothing ever hurt. Or I could hold on and risk falling into the void between the store and the world. I looked the supervisor in its blank, limestone eyes. Because I said, my voice a human rasp, I want to see what happens next. I didn't drop the seed. I shoved it into my mouth and swallowed it, just like I had the photo. The heat exploded inside me. It wasn't just a warmth, it was a fire. I felt the quartz in my chest shatter. I felt the stone in my limbs dissolve into ash. I became a pillar of golden light, a solar flare in the heart of the gray warehouse. The supervisor shrieked, a sound of grinding metal and feedback, and let go of my ankle. It tumbled backward, falling through the static-filled air, its orange apron fluttering like a broken wing. I reached for the edge of the hole in the door. My fingers were flesh. They were bleeding. They were perfect. I pulled myself through. I fell not into the mulch, not into the aisles. I fell onto hot asphalt. I smelled exhaust and honeysuckle. I heard the sound of a car horn in the distance. I lay there for a long time, my face pressed against the rough, sun-warmed road. I breathed in the air, real air, dusty and sweet and full of oxygen. I listened to the silence, which wasn't a hum or a tick, but just the absence of noise. I sat up. I was on a highway, stretching out between rolling green hills. The sun was high in the sky, a glorious, messy orb of fire that didn't have a single tooth or gear. I looked back. Behind me there was no mountain, there was no store. There was only a large, rusted billboard standing in a field of tall grass. The paint was peeling, the wood was rotting, but I could still make out the words. The Sunday Store, everything you remember, coming soon. Beneath the sign, sitting in the grass, was a single wooden airplane. I walked over and picked it up. It was warm from the sun. I looked at the horizon, at the road that led away from the sign. I didn't have a map. I didn't have a road to follow. I didn't know where I was going. I took a step, then another. My footprints were shallow and uneven. They didn't match anything. And for the first time in forever, I didn't know what tomorrow looked like. I smiled, and this time my face didn't crack. I started to walk. The asphalt was more than just a surface, it was a physical confrontation. It was hot, textured with grit and ancient oil, and it bit into my palms with a searing honesty that the store's manicured mulch could never replicate. I stayed on my knees for a long time, watching the way the blood from my scraped knuckles didn't turn into gray dust or orange fluid. It stayed red. It pooled in the creases of my skin, thick and metallic, a private biological currency that the supervisor could never audit. I looked back at the billboard. It stood in the center of a field of swaying goldenrod, its wooden pylons looking like the skeletal legs of a giant that had died standing up. There was no mountain behind it. There was no infinite warehouse. Just the flat, shimmering heat haze of a valley and the low, rhythmic thrum of cicadas. The sound wasn't mechanical. It didn't have a tempo dictated by a gear-driven sun. It was a chaotic, buzzing vibrato that felt like the earth itself was shivering with fever. I clutched the wooden airplane. It felt heavy now, reclaimed by gravity. In the store, everything had a certain buoyancy, a falseness that made you feel like you were walking through a dream made of cardboard. Here, my boots felt like lead. My lungs burned with the sheer, unfiltered weight of the air. Monday, I whispered. My voice was a wreck, a dry, cracking sound that hadn't been processed through a synthesizer in a lifetime. I coughed, and a small puff of gray ash escaped my throat, the last of the stone, the final residue of the filing clerk I had almost become. I stood up, my joints popping with a painful, wonderful stiffness. I began to walk away from the sign, following the white line of the highway. I didn't know where the road went, and the terror of that realization was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. In the store, the path was always laid out in twine. You knew exactly where the aisle ended and the next department began. You knew that if you walked long enough, you would eventually find the refurbished regrets or the clearance lives. But here, the road simply curved around a stand of ancient oaks and vanished into the unknown. After a mile, the heat began to make my head swim. The seed I had swallowed was gone. Its light extinguished the moment I crossed the threshold, but the memory of its warmth remained in my marrow. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my stomach, not the jagged edge of the photo, but a hollow, gnawing ache. Hunger, real human hunger. It was a sensation I hadn't felt since the Sunday began. It was a demand from my body, a frantic telegram from my stomach to my brain. We are alive, and we are emptying. I saw a shape on the horizon, a small, squat building with a flickering neon sign that fought against the brilliance of the afternoon sun. As I got closer, the letters resolved themselves, diner. I stopped at the edge of the gravel parking lot. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, fleshy beat. I looked at my clothes. I was still wearing the orange apron. It was stained with the fluid from the sunflowers and the gray dust of the mountain. To anyone in this world, I must have looked like a madman or a refugee from a collapsed carnival. I reached for the ties at my back, my fingers trembling. The knots were stubborn, stiffened by the store's logic, but I tore at them until the fabric gave way. I let the apron fall into the gravel. It looked pathetic there, a scrap of synthetic sunset lying in the dirt. I felt lighter without it, but also colder. Beneath it, I wore a simple flannel shirt, the sleeves frayed and the buttons mismatched. I looked at my hands one last time. The stone was gone, but the skin was pale, mapped with the faint, blue traces of veins. I was a map of a person. I pushed open the glass door of the diner. A bell chimed, a simple brass tinkle that didn't trigger a security protocol. The air inside smelled of grease, burnt coffee, and floor wax. It was a symphony of ordinary smells. A woman sat behind the counter, her hair tied back in a messy bun, her eyes fixed on a crossword puzzle. She didn't look up when I entered. She didn't check my barcode. She didn't ask for my employee ID. "Take a seat anywhere, honey," she said, her voice a low, gravelly alto. "Coffee's fresh." I slid into a booth, the vinyl sticking to my damp skin. I stared at the laminate tabletop. It was scratched and stained, a history of 1,000 hurried breakfasts and slow dinners. It wasn't perfect. It was better. "You look like you've walked halfway across the state," the woman said, appearing beside the table with a glass of water and a ceramic mug. She set them down and paused, her eyes narrowing as she looked at my face. "You okay? You're pale as a ghost." I'm fine," I managed to say. I took a sip of the water. It was cold. It tasted of minerals and pipes. It was the most delicious thing I had ever swallowed. I've been away for a while. "The Sunday?" she asked casually, turning to grab the coffee pot. I froze. The water turned to ice in my throat. I looked at her, my eyes wide with a sudden, sharp terror. "What did you say?" She poured the coffee, the steam rising in a lazy curl. "The Sunday. That big clearance event over at the old warehouse district. Everyone's been talking about it. Some kind of immersive shopping experience. People go in and don't come out for days. My nephew went. Said he couldn't remember his own phone number when he finally left." I stared at the coffee. It was black and opaque, like the mulch in the gardening department. The warehouse district. "Yeah, about 10 miles back the way you came," she said, leaning against the counter. "They say it's run by some big conglomerate, the Tomorrow Group or something like that. They promise you a world where everything is accounted for. Sounds like a nightmare to me. I like my mess." I gripped the mug, my knuckles turning white. It wasn't a sale. It was a cage. She looked at me sadly, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. She reached out and patted my hand. Her skin was warm and soft, the texture of a real human being who had lived through winters and summers. "Most things are, honey, if you stay in them too long, but you're out now, and it's Monday or Tuesday. I lose track myself sometimes." "Is it Monday?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Monday afternoon," she confirmed. "The 14th. Sun's out, the birds are annoying, and the coffee is mediocre. Welcome back to the world." I looked out the window. A red bird, a cardinal, landed on the power line across the street. It puffed out its chest and sang a short, sharp trill. It didn't have any gears. It didn't have a quota. It was just a bird, singing because the sun was hitting its feathers. I thought of Sarah. I thought of her standing in the orange mist, her hands moving with the precision of a clock, her eyes bright with the false light of the store. She was still there. She was part of the inventory now, a beautiful porcelain vase tucked away in aisle 4, waiting for a customer who would never come. The grief hit me then, a sudden, violent wave that knocked the breath out of me. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass of the window and wept. I wept for the gardener and his wife. I wept for the wooden airplane and the boy who would never play with it. I wept for the straight rows and the perfect twine and the Sunday that never ended. The waitress didn't try to stop me. She didn't call the supervisor. She just left the coffee pot on the table and went back to her crossword puzzle, giving me the one thing the store never could, the privacy to be broken. When I finally stopped, the sun had begun to dip toward the horizon, casting long, bruised shadows across the highway. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the wooden airplane. I set it on the table. "Keep this," I said to the woman as I stood up. I didn't have any money, but I had the memory of the workshop. I had the smell of pine. She looked at the toy, her eyes softening. It's beautiful. Did you make it? A long time ago, I said, in a different world. I walked to the door. As I reached for the handle, I stopped. I looked at my reflection in the glass. I looked older. There were lines around my eyes that hadn't been there before, and my hair was shot through with streaks of gray that looked like the dust of the mountain. But my eyes were clear. There was no brass in them, no static. I stepped out onto the porch. The air had cooled, the scent of the evening woods beginning to drift over the asphalt. I looked down the road, away from the billboard, away from the warehouse district, away from the Sunday. The car was coming. It was an old, beat-up truck, its engine rattling and its muffler coughing. It was imperfect. It was loud. It was moving. I stuck out my thumb. The truck slowed down, its brakes squealing in a beautiful, discordant protest. The driver was a man with a beard the color of iron and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He leaned over and opened the passenger door. "Where you headed, son?" he asked. I looked at the road, stretching out into the twilight, full of hills I hadn't climbed and turns I hadn't taken. I thought of the seed I had swallowed, the way it had burned through the steel door. I thought of the footprints I was about to make. "Away," I said. "I'm headed away." "Away's a big place," the man said, grinning, "but I'm going that way myself. Hop in." I climbed into the cab. The seat was torn, and the dashboard was covered in a layer of honest, ordinary dust. The man shifted into gear, and the truck lurched forward, leaving the diner and the billboard behind. As we drove, I looked at the side mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing on the shoulder of the road, a tall, spindly shape in an orange apron, holding a clipboard and watching the truck disappear. But then we hit a bump, the mirror rattled, and the figure was gone. It was just a shadow, a trick of the fading light. I leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. The vibration of the engine hummed through my bones, a messy, erratic vibration that didn't match the ticking of any clock. I wasn't an asset. I wasn't a filing clerk. I wasn't a row of sunflowers. I was Elia's thorn, and I was moving toward a Tuesday. The truck sped up, its headlights cutting a path through the gathering dark. Behind us, the Sunday store continued its infinite, silent operation, filing away the shadows and indexing the silence. But out here on the road, the wind was blowing, the trees were whispering, and the world was wide and terrifying and new. I reached into my pocket and felt the empty space where the seed had been. I realized then that I didn't need it anymore. I was the seed. I was the light. I was the glitch that had survived the system. "You okay there?" the driver asked, glancing at me. "You're smiling like you just won the lottery." "Better than that," I said, watching the stars begin to poke through the static of the sky. "I just realized that I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow." The man laughed and slapped the steering wheel. "Nobody does, kid. That's the whole point of the damn thing." We drove on into the night,